altitude, top scientists in it, all on film, all on the record, to sample what heavy aircraft were emitting from nozzles, not a byproduct of jet exhaust, but from nozzles. We processed that at one of the world's most recognized testing institutions, and we found exactly what we knew we would find: climate engineering elements starting with aluminum nanoparticles. Aluminum nanoparticles, bioavailable aluminum, is toxic to all life, period, no exceptions. It is sterilizing soil microbiome. It is affecting root systems. And again, this is testing done with agencies like the USDA and biologists in California. And in our film, The Dimming, we have U.S. Air Force generals, two of them acknowledging these operations, former Canadian Minister of Defense acknowledging these operations. Most important of all, we have up close KC-10s, KC-135, C-17 Globemasters, nozzles visible turning dispersions on and off. We have up close photographs retrofit commercial aircraft, and I'm not implicating commercial pilots or personnel. These systems are automated, but we have up close photographs retrofit nozzles mounted on wing pylons aimed at the exhaust jet stream to make this look like, quote, condensation. When we see a researcher in Antarctica with temperatures 40 or 50 below, with their breath condensing, do clouds start to form above their head? That is a blatant, glaring lie. Again, film footage proves this is a sprayed dispersion, not, quote, condensation. We did about 500 lab tests with the University of Minnesota, an internationally recognized agricultural institution. And with those 500 lab tests over that state, we extrapolated how much material was in that precipitation and projected that globally to determine approximately how much is being dispersed and disguised around the globe on an annual basis. It's something in the range of 40 to 60 million tons. And here's my point. There's a very vast difference between localized, publicized cloud seeding operations and climate engineering. It's comparing an ant to an elephant, and many have gone to great length to try to blur this clear distinction. And the cloud back to the natural cycles, if you do cause something to precipitate in one location, it didn't get where it was going. That's very clear. So when you have people upstream from Wyoming cloud seeding, like Idaho or Washington, and if they were able to cause precipitation, it wouldn't get to Wyoming, obviously. But the overlying massive, exponentially more massive climate engineering Manhattan project, which is geoengineering, is negating any other effect from any other source. And this is well recognized. We have the entire global climate science community stating their urgent desire to put aircraft in the air, spray payload dispersions. These are patented processes, by the way. All that is available. Patents are atmospheric testing, testimony from scientists, U.S. Air Force military personnel, former government scientists. By the way, there's a federal gag order right now on all National Weather Service and NOAA employees. Why would you gag the weathermen if you didn't have something very big to hide? But all this data is in the geoengineeringwatch.org documentary, The Dimming. We are non-political. We don't sell anything. Our mission is to expose this issue. My background is with Bechtel Power Corporation, largest engineering firm in the world. My home was on the cover of the world's largest renewable energy magazine. I have
Guys, back to your own research, guys. Check this shit out because there's nothing phony about it, guys. You've been dumping shit on us for so long, and it's taken a hold of the root systems, right? Um, it's it's giving basically what it's boiled down to, even not just nanomaterials, but also bios. Okay, guys, um, that goes hand in hand with, let's just say, a word that rhymes with antenna. Fuck rhyming. Antennas, guys. These things are mesh rectennas. All right. It goes with your intra-body system, your wireless body area network, the local area network, which is LAN. You know, yeah, this is building an AI megastructure, an infrastructure, right? So a lot of things can run. But anyway, let's get back to it. Listen to this guy. He's got a lot of info.
solar, wind, and hydro, and that's what brought me into this issue. When I finished this project in Northern California, in the wilderness of Northern California, I was losing 60, 70, 80% of my solar PV uptake, my solar panel uptake on some days because of what these aircraft were emitting, and I knew that couldn't be condensation. I began to test my precipitation to see if I found climate engineering elements in it. I hoped I would not. I knew it would change the course of my life if I did. I found it there, aluminum nanoparticles specifically. From an initial rain test of 7 parts per billion over 18 months, I had a single rain event with 3,450 parts per billion of aluminum nanoparticles, and aluminum is named specifically in climate engineering patents for solar radiation management. This is literally toxic rain. There's a great effort, and why so many from academia are so invested in denying what irrefutable data proves, film footage proves, military officials acknowledge. Why so many academicians are invested in denying this issue is mind-numbing. The entire global climate science community, again, is urgently calling for solar radiation management to be deployed. It has been for 80 years already. We have U.S. Senate documents at geoengineeringwatch.org, 1,800 pages long, outlining the scope and scale of these intergovernmental cooperation, even between, quote, otherwise adversarial nations, and for blanket legal immunity for anyone and everyone involved. I never ever wanted to be involved in this battle, but if we have an issue of this magnitude, how are we to not engage in this and expect anything.
Sorry, guys, I was on mute. For some reason, I keep getting kicked out of my own my own live. So I'm gonna play some more of this. What I was saying is what he was just talking about is these guys have immunity. The people that are dumping these chemicals and these metamaterials and these biomaterials on us for testing for whatever purpose they want to, and it's in the paperwork that they get immunity, blanket immunity. That's fucked up. All right, let's keep listening. This guy's got a treasure trove.
Thing we care about, from the environment to the water we drink, the food we eat. How can we not engage in this? And as far as the current administration, or any other for that matter, they are in a roundabout way continuing to perpetuate the official denial of this is just, quote, jet exhaust and not a sprayed dispersion. And in regard to atmospheric conditions,
For a
region
second, let it buffer. But I don't know why. I've got perfect internet. I've got the highest, you know, internet I can have. Um, what he's basically saying is he has so many documents and proofs of certain administrations, and you know, even administrations, these programs, and allowing them to go through, they have immunity to this kind of. If we're trying to fight it legally, right? And come to find out, a lot of these jetliners and big military aircraft that are going overhead, they're autonomous. There's no pilots in them. We have people zooming in on these things. All right, let's just keep going. I'll stop yapping.
aircraft fly is warming very rapidly, making it even less conducive for a, quote, condensation trail. At geoengineeringwatch.org, we've had two former military pilots that fly private jet aircraft with very important people have contacted us. Their planes were forced into emergency auto descent because the air around that plane was about 45 degrees higher than it should have been. The air was not dense enough to carry that aircraft. So again, the bottom line is these programs are a covert global climate engineering, Manhattan operation, solar radiation management, the stated purpose to put light scattering particles into the atmosphere to slow down some of the sun's incoming thermal energy without.
And a lot of these projects may speak that kind of language, but it gets much deeper than that. People like and like I say, it's not just metamaterials. There are non-biodegradable. Let's just say biomaterial that can self replicate. It can build like Lego blocks, whatever it lands on, and that includes bio. Let's just say if it gets in your skin, then all of a sudden, if you start to in your local area network, your wireless WLAN, if you start producing an algorithmic signal from your heart rate, from your heat, temperature, and stuff like that, who's to say that this biosensors and bio antenna for a mesh rectenna network? All right, think about that, people. There's so many patents for this kind of stuff, but let's continue.
Consideration of the consequences of doing so. And again, we have many in the climate science community getting closer to acknowledging these operations, but to do so is a very bad career decision, and we know that. And in regard to the toxicity, there's synergistic toxicity. When you combine these elements, they become exponentially more toxic. And we've had, in the case of fish, which is a concern in Wyoming, we've had CaliforniaWatch.org, because of the endangered Delta smelt fish in the Sacramento River Delta, and they were finding aluminum nanoparticles adhered to the gills of the smelt. And every time he tried to bring that to light, he had a boot put over his neck. Fish and Game in Northern California, top biologist, personal friend, bringing up the fact that there were this sediments behind the dams and the streams.
I just need to let it buffer for a second. Like I say, I feel like someone's trying to keep my internet from going smoothly. The whole power went out. My whole power in my house went out just like as soon as I started the last stream. The power went out, so I had to restart the whole stream. So it's a little weird. But let's try to continue without. Maybe it won't buffer.
Per neck. So again, and I'll go to questions now, but we're the largest research firm in the world in this issue. We've conducted hundreds and hundreds of tests all over the country. We've worked with academicians around the country, major institutions around the country. And this denial of this mind-numbing, it will come out sooner than later. And again, our only purpose is to point out that this is absolutely the single most destructive, we would describe it as the single most destructive human activity so far, short of nuclear cataclysm. And again, the ramifications cannot be overstated from so many directions. So I welcome any questions. There's nothing you can ask me on this issue that I can't answer.
And guys, stick around. I'm going to let these people on legislative ask him questions. And once this is done, I'm going to go into a little bit more of my research where it's showing the type of capabilities of simulation and plasma simulation, and also things that technologies that are already out there. There's one called TENA, T-E-N-A, and it's a directive type of capability where in real time echolocation and quantum tunneling possibilities that the military is using already, that gaming industry is going to be having that kind of technology sooner than later, and the capabilities and how it ties in with these sensors and these metamaterials that are being dropped and have been being dropped for well over 30 years. So let's finish this up and we'll get to that.
Thank you, Mr. Wigginton. Are there any questions for Mr. Wigginton? Yes, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Mr. Wigginton, you said 60 million tons of chemical is being dispersed?
Based on our testing with University of Minnesota, about 500 lab tests in total. And we're talking about aluminum, barium, strontium, manganese, polymer fibers, surfactants, graphene. If you've ever seen foaming rain, there's surfactants in our rain, and that is part of the climate engineering mix to keep the particles from coagulating together, which increases their descent times. So all
Just to drop that. Okay, so what he was basically just saying is there's this coagulation type of materials that bond in midair. That's why they fluff out like that, and they look like instead of contrails, they're like huge, like straight cloud like formations. Well, they're foaming up to keep it afloat right in the name of blocking the sun or absorbing the sun's energy and stuff like that. Well, there's a lot of different things out there that use that kind of to their benefit, right? And it's not just blocking the sun, quote unquote. That's bullshit. So anyway, there's a lot of tech that mixes from separate nozzles in these airplanes. They don't just shoot out one trail. No, it's several different chemicals and reactions that are happening. From different nozzles coming out of the plane. So we'll finish up here.
all these elements in this testing with you, Minnesota, 500 tests in total. And again, the world's most recognized climate engineers state as their objective to disperse globally 40 to 60 million tons of nanoparticles as part of solar radiation management operations.
My question, Mr. Chairman, is what company produces that?
Science study, public.
Okay, but here he's gonna go into the papers that he has found from a couple of different companies, and these are the major manufacturers now, not just like subcontractors here and there. These are like bulk material manufacturer. So here we go.
Implicating coal fly ash
Coal fly ash.
because of the chemical signature in coal fly ash as a base material for these operations. And that's where so much material can come from with other elements added. Again, that's peer-reviewed, published science study. American Elements Corporation appears to be
American Elements Corporation. That's another big one. All right. I'll look into them. Keep that in mind.
one of the very different constituents being found. For example, when we have a January 21st of this year snowstorm in New Orleans, Gulf Coast, and Florida, while it was above freezing and raining on the same day in Alaska, Greenland, Iceland, and Siberia, that flash snowstorm is not a natural event. These are patented processes. It's called chemical ice nucleation for weather modification. Anyone in this room that searches Chinese government create artificial snowstorm will find everybody covered it. Popular Science, CNN, MSNBC, The Guardian. But if you bring that up here, suddenly everybody denies it, especially in academia here. Why they're so invested in denying these operations is obvious. It's a bad career decision to do otherwise. But this is mainstream global coverage of operations that are happening here in the US, but we're not allowed to talk about it here in the US. So again, in regard to the bulk material, peer-reviewed, published science study that coal fly ash, because many of the constituents in that, although they're toxic, are conducive to climate engineering operations as long as you don't consider the consequences of doing so.
Coal fly ash. Remember that, guys. Look that up. That's a good deep dive to go on, actually. And American, he's going to say it again here.
So peer-reviewed science study, again, proving that that is a base material.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Wigginton? Okay, seeing none. Okay, Senator Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Winnington, for getting on and testifying with us today. My question for you is, I have noticed over the years the droughts in Wyoming. I have noticed our sagebrush dying. People not being able to get normal growth on crops that they have, or even in fields that were had good grass, wiregrass, thistles. I mean, and we can spray all we want, but do you think that this change in soil and this change in growth and these plants that have always been very prevalent in Wyoming that are dying, and you can see them dying, do you think that this could be a result of what is being sprayed over our skies? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I don't think, I know. We know this from absolute science testing, countless precipitation testing. So when we have toxic rain, specifically with bioavailable aluminum particulates in that rain, aluminum doesn't exist in free form in the environment, by the way. It's always bonded to other elements. If you find free form aluminum, it's been mined, refined, and distributed. Again, that's to prove that this bioavailable aluminum affects root systems on everything, causes them to shut down nutrient uptake. They die a slow, protracted death. It's also altering soil pH values. We know this in Northern California from extensive testing, working directly with the USDA, that so much toxic rain has fallen here in Northern California. We have normally acidic soils, and I have the USDA historical baselines in my possession from a contact at USDA. Our normally acidic soils of 5.4, 5.5 are now 6.5, 6.6. That's an escalation of 10 plus times toward alkaline, and that is a direct result of the toxic rain. The die-off is so horrific here in the West. It's not just the beetles. Beetles are a symptom of a sick, dead, dying tree. We have altered soil pH value. We have altered hydrological cycles. It is well acknowledged this will be the case. They're just not acknowledging that these programs have long since been operational. So when you combine the disruption of the hydrological cycle, toxic rain that's killing soil microbiome, affecting root systems, and geoengineering is also destroying the ozone layer. That is very, very critical. It's not getting better. We're metering this with a former NASA contract engineer.
That's a good point, you guys. Something that is not only falling and accumulating down here, it's when it coagulates and it stays adrift in, when it's dropped above the jet streams, let's say that, or into the jet streams. And the next rad radar, I'll go ahead and say, I don't give a fuck. Next rad radar can hold up and keep certain sized nanoparticles up higher, right, for longer. It's not, and it just helps that the updrafts and the jet streams, are also helping to keep these things aloft. And it's not only killing us down here, it's killing us up top too. And that's a strong word, I know, killing, but what they're doing is keeping these certain particles adrift and getting inside our ground and inside us as well, that self-replicates, so that, I know this is a big claim, but it helps for AI to be able to see in a certain spectrum, or all spectrum really. So that's one thing to keep that in mind, that it's not just they're making money through gaming and military and simulation stuff, and they are now using these self-sentient plasma to do their bidding as well, with several things. I'll talk about everything here, but let's get back to this.
You see on the surface, that affects crops and flora as well. So, but when you combine all these elements, you have, again, toxic soil, affected root systems, and because of these desiccant particles that not only disrupt the hydrological cycle, it affects atmospheric RH, relative humidity. So you have a condition called VPD, vapor pressure deficit, and that's not being acknowledged by the science community. That means when you alter that atmospheric chemistry, flora from crops to forests shut their stomata, their respiratory ports. That's how they breathe. That's how they absorb carbon. That's how they feed. That's how they release oxygen. And that is not happening. And so, again, climate engineering.
Sorry, guys, I was muted, but basically what I'm saying is, yes, our ability to breathe, right, and our pH balance in our bodies are being affected with these biosensor that let's just call it, like he said, it's toxic rain. It comes down. Certain things help to draw our energy. So our breathing through our skin in and out is affected just the same as up in the atmosphere. It's affected as well. Like he said, the RH, and there was a couple other things that he gave us there, stats, if you want to go back and listen. But also the root systems through the plants are being affected in a major way through all these types of metamaterials and sensors, also bio. So, there's something called mesh rectennas and mesh, systems. And I think you guys might know something about that, but yeah, it's all interconnected, and it's a way for the computer and the AI right? It's more information taken in, and it's being used against us, I would say. So let's get back to it. Thank you guys for being here.
Has thrown a massive wrench into the planet's natural cycles and the elements that allow flora to grow, allow crops to grow, trees to grow. This is a massive elephant in the equation. So the long answer to your question is there's zero and we have the whole of the so-called climate science community pretending it isn't happening. And I'll leave it with this. I had a NOAA scientist state to my face, we all know this is happening. We have no First Amendment protection. Again, there's a federal gag order on National Weather Service and NOAA. We don't know what to do. That was her statement to me, face to face.
Thank you.
Hey guys, and that's a big statement coming from whoever's head over NOAA and the higher ups at NOAA. That's saying a lot. So if we aren't going to do anything about it, or if there are institutions that we are supposed to be protected by and we're not being protected by, somehow, some way, we're going to have to do something personally about it. Whatever that is, I think now is the time to have that conversation. So let's get back to it.
Representative Provenza, would you care to?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question. So you mentioned China using weather modification. Are there concerns that other countries are looking to be using weather as a warfare method?
There is no question, and you can see U.S. Air Force generals, 2 of them in our documentary, The Dimming, acknowledging this. And it's a historical record that weather is being used as a weapon. And if we go back to hurricane modification, we have Jamaica being annihilated right now as we speak from a Cat 5 hurricane. The U.S. military first deployed its initial hurricane modification operations in 1947 with Project Cirrus. If we move forward in time, the weather modification from the U.S. military was so effective in the Vietnam War, and this is very different than the localized cloud seeding. I want to stress that. A localized cloud seeding aircraft, that might distribute 5 to 10 pounds of material in a flight. A KC-135 can dump 100 tons in a single flight. U.S. military is so effective at controlling precipitation in Vietnam in the 60s that by 1976, the international community passed INMOD treaties, environmental modification treaties, forbidding weather manipulation in wartime, but not over a country's own population. That's key. We have film footage of U.S. President Lyndon Johnson. For those that claim this is conspiracy, we don't have this kind of technology. 1962, 63 years ago, on film, on the record, then Vice President Lyndon Johnson stating we had the power to control the world's cloud layer then, and he who controls the weather controls the world. This is definitely a weapon of war. It's definitely been and is being used as a covert weapon of war. The documentation to back that up is mountainous, absolutely mountainous. And again, I would challenge everyone to, if listen to the U.S. Air Force generals, former U.S. government scientists that are speaking out in our film as well, acknowledging these operations. I'm only asking people to do some real research and not to buy the official denial that so many in academia seem so compelled to keep spitting out while these operations rage in our skies. Film footage again, bottom line. Aircraft nozzles visible, turning dispersions on and off. This is going on.
Mr. Chairman, can I do a follow-up?
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if other countries are using this as warfare, my question then is, if we pass legislation like this and we ban any investigation of how to create a defense, how are we going to have a defense mechanism if we can't do any research on it?
I'm not suggesting we don't research, and I'm not suggesting that other countries are conducting weather warfare over our country. That is, anything going on over our airspace is our country, our government, and we can speculate on all the agendas and objectives. I'm not going to fill in a blank that I can't know all of those agendas or objectives. But the fact that these operations are real and ongoing over our country, over our airspace, is inarguable. And the fact that there's global cooperation is inarguable. Again, we have posted with important sections highlighted 800-page U.S. Senate document outlining these programs going back as far as 1978. We have many other documents to corroborate this as well. And even the COP global climate conferences that claim to be an effort to curb business as usual to reduce CO2 emissions, behind closed doors at those conferences, it's simply an effort to actively or passively to force countries to participate in these operations, because you cannot just geoengineer over your own airspace without affecting the entire world. And so again, whatever speculation anyone wants to engage in as to the agendas and objectives, the fact that these programs are ongoing is inarguable, and we have the U.S. military stating on the record that they consider the ongoing climate collapse, this is from the U.S. military, to be the greatest national security threat of all. Are we to think that they wouldn't deploy these operations without asking us? Did anyone ask us if they could detonate 2,400 nuclear bombs? The fallout from
Exactly. That's a good point. And you know what? If there is something put in place to fight geoengineering, and they speak like this is the biggest, this is the biggest danger to us right now, bro, we would see planes being flown completely out of the fucking sky when a chemtrail, right, is spotted coming from the back of these things. That's bullshit. The U.S. military is not going to do anything about it because they are the ones that are in bed with the NGOs. And I'll put it like that, I'll let him finish, but I'll just say it like that.
Nevada alone, we now have a peer-reviewed study that proved that 700,000 Americans from that fallout. So again, I would argue that this is an immediate existential threat. I'm only asking people to do real research and not buy the official denial from so many in academia when we have a mountain of data to confirm these operations.
Thank you. Senator Ide has got a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Wigington, for being here. Your testimony is enlightening. I wanted just to emphasize the comments you made on messing with natural cycles, and that's where I have a real problem. Messing with Mother Nature. God's law on the weather is not something that we should probably be intervening in. My question is, there's been testimony on separating cloud seeding from geoengineering. Do you have opinion on that? Have any of you looked at the bill? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Wiggins.
You are correct. We are on completely the same page. When you interfere with unimaginably complex natural systems, you can only get a bad result, period. And again, from localized, publicized cloud seeding operations to climate engineering, both bad. It is a matter of scale. So when we look at, again, single aircraft dispersions and the materials being used, localized cloud seeding operation with flares on the wings, perhaps distribution of 5 pounds of material, something in that range. Fully loaded KC-135 can carry 100 tons in a single payload. That's an inconceivable exponential difference, and the materials matter also. On our film, The Dimming, to put this into context, and the materials is starting with aluminum nanoparticles, which are toxic to all life forms, period, no exception. On film, on the record, at an international geoengineering conference, this is in our film, The Dimming, I confronted the world's most recognized climate engineer, Dr. David Keith, and after his 3-hour symposium of promoting the dispersion of tens of millions of tons of alumina nanoparticles into the atmosphere, I asked Dr. Keith, has any toxicological study been done whatsoever on carrying out these operations? His first answer was, well, we looked at atmospheric particulate loading. There's a lot up there. A little more won't hurt. Wait a minute. And this is 100 journalists in the room. I was one researcher. They allowed several questions, and they, after that, banned me from the subsequent conferences. But my question to him, my follow-up was, those materials in our atmosphere are not alumina. Have you studied alumina? His answer, no. Could terrible things happen tomorrow? We don't know. What kind of a cavalier attitude is that from the world's most recognized?
Wow, that says a lot. And we see this more and more with those that really push the envelope on pressing these guys. in any aspect or any field of study that we know, right? That we've looked at enough to know it's shouldn't be being fucked with. It shouldn't be done, right? Or we catch them in, their dance around the truth, and and then we will catch these people, you know, pressing them live. And then what do? They get their guards to come pick them up and drag them out of the fucking, place that, I mean, pulling these people out of the way and then putting them on a list. And I hate to put it like this, but this is what's happening now. It's going to happen online, right? We are being put on lists. I guarantee you. And these social media companies are being pressed through corporate, greed and corporate pressure on the government. And then the government, is in bed with the NGOs, so they, whoever's senator, whoever's getting a kickback, and lobbied or whatever. If there's not there, that's pressure from us here and there. But imagine us pressuring them in numbers, right? That's what we really need to change these scenarios and get our sense of belonging to nature back, right? And taking care of nature. And there are these groups that do this, right? But I think that us and our ability to educate each other in a very quick manner or point each other in the right directions, right? Gets us into the movement quicker, right? And we're more effective that way. So Mr. Super Sidewinder says, I've seen that video, the one that he just mentioned, um with the guy that was doing the speaking about and saying, the Illumina, it's not that big of a deal. Basically, that was his attitude. I haven't seen that video yet, but I've watched Dane for quite a while, and he's doing a very good thing. He's got the following, right? And so I'm trying to put it out there a little bit more myself, because I've done a lot of research on what I put two and two together. Let's say it that way, right? What's been falling from our skies, and I've seen some samples, but I've also learned about, okay, yeah, David Keith, the sellout. Okay, David Keith, I'll have to look into him. But yeah, to putting two and two together with the gaming industry, the military, simulation capabilities, and these what they call middleware instead of software or hardware. There's something called middleware, and what it does is when how do I say this safely? So the biosensor industry that that reads your algorithmic output, your body's energy, it is able to it's able to be read from very far away. Let's put it that way. And let's just also say this while I'm talking about it. The Department of Homeland Security, they store human algorithms, like individuals, and high altitude platforms and autonomous systems and autonomous drones can easily track you if let me put it this way, if you have a biosensor, yes, W-band, big eyes, yes, then let's say the people that are the industry leaders in these types of systems would hate it if the truth came out about how everyone is coded, and everything is coded and coated, COATING, I COATED, right? Coded. That the landscape, right? Nature, us, yes, sentient world simulation. So these things are now coming to a head, and people are realizing where, or what we're seeing in the sky, where it all goes to, right? And how it affects not only the environment, but our personal environment. Okay. So it is a big, big deal. And I hope that everyone is going to start to see. And also remember, guys, remember there was a big thing where everyone was talking about their energy and everyone was just feeling weak and, kind of confused and just feeling like life ain't life anymore. That may be tied into what I'm trying to get out here today. Yeah, let me finish this up, and we got 2 more minutes on this, and then we'll come to a conclusion and move on from that point.
Climate engineer, they do these programs because they can, because no one has so far been willing to stand up and tell the truth from academia, and the gag orders are a part of that. But bottom line is, though, again, if these operations are allowed to continue, we're not going to have much to care about for much longer. It's sterilizing soils, destroying the atmosphere's protective layers, starting with the ozone layer, and it is totally and completely disrupting and derailing the global hydrological cycle. And that is the primary cause of the droughts in the West. I'll leave it with this. Laws of physics make clear the atmosphere can carry 7% more moisture for every degree C of warming. Based on unfiltered data, we are likely in the range of 3 degrees C right now. It should be raining much more overall, not less. If it's raining less, there's a factor we're not being told about. That is climate engineering and the desiccant particles they are distributing. It is much more effective at diminishing and dispersing rain than augmenting it. Bottom line is, it's all a disruption.
Thank you. Senator Crago's got a question. We're going to let him go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question for Mr. Wigington. Is there a copy of the gag order on your website? Is that something we can look at?
Yes, there is. And yes, you can. And it's also featured in our documentary, The Dimming. And we are non-political. We don't sell anything else. And there is so much data presented in that documentary, including testimony from experts in every arena, Canadian Minister of Defense, former U.S. presidential cabinet members. There is so much data there. And yes, the gag order is also there. And that's a blanket gag order. This is what some in alt media have tried to discredit this by saying, no, there's no gag order specifically on geoengineering. Of course there's not. How big of a red flag would that be? It's a gag order on all agency operations on National Weather Service and NOAA.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix.
Okay. Thank you. Hold on one second. Let me mute this here. And all right, guys. Let me put my little logo up here. We spoke about a few of them just a second ago. So yeah, I feel like that people do tie these types of things to money, right? Sure, and why not? It's all fake, right? But it's a way to say, hey, look at me, I've got more assets than you, right? So therefore that leads to classism and so on and so forth. But while they're doing that, while they're showing off what they have and what they can do, their magic, their modern day magic, those it, if those chemtrails didn't dissipate and go away eventually, then they would just stay up there and it would be such a bigger topic. But they do disperse, right? And the way they disperse is the heavier ones, of course, fall, or the ones that are merged and have a chemical reaction and stay aloft a little bit longer. They also are used as a the sentient world simulation. Basically, what you were saying, Mr. Super, is is the top of it, is the underlying part that doesn't dissipate and fall down. It stays up there. So therefore, it's giving real depth, real time for these simulations that are being run, and they're used in the name of training, right? So this is one of the big reports and research that I've been working on, and I read some of it the other day when I stayed on for a while on live, and Vlad came on and spoke with me. Oh, I see you down there. Oh, there we go. Add the stage. Okay, there you are. Sorry, man. I don't look down at chat all the time. Good you're up here, man. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, that's why I dropped it in private chat, hoping you'd see it.
Yeah, I see you now, man. Hell yeah, thanks for coming on. But you
So
see where I'm going
StreamYard's
with it,
doing this
right?
stupid thing now, like I'll log in like this. Now, if I go into the chat, it says join the chat, which would kick me out, make me sign back in as me, like I already
Oh
am,
no,
so I
really?
could be in the chat. Stupid. They're dumb.
Man, I tell you, dude, did you hear me when I was saying my whole power went out just a little bit back?
No.
Yeah, dude. I started a live, started talking about this, playing that what we were just watching, and
Yeah.
all of a sudden I was like, it went. Then I looked over, my TV went off, and my fan started slowing down. I said, "Oh shit, what's going on?" And I was like, "Hey, pops," because my dad's here helping me out, and "Hey, pops, can you look outside? Who power went out?" And he looked out, and he said, "Across the street it's good, but just my building right here went out like 3 or 4 minutes after I went live." And I'm like, "What the fuck? It's
Wow.
not raining." Yeah, there's no star net. And so his
Yeah, I
little
saw
wonky.
you had 2 lives. Usually that means that something happened and you restarted. So I just picked the newest one, so I missed anything that happened in that little 4-minute stream.
Okay, I didn't realize it does that. I should probably go. I don't know if one cuts off automatically.
I've
But
been
yeah,
having
man.
that problem with the internet, man. Just drops out, and like my phones and
Mhm.
everything's kind of tied around it now. So everything, like the shit you're used to just falls away. Like, holy shit, I'm alone now. Not cool.
Yeah, yeah. I
So
don't
yeah,
know if
you
that's
need to look into Dr. David
planned.
Keith, man. He's a mess, right?
Okay,
Harvard U.
okay. And you said
I'm so
Harvard
sick of these
University.
people, like the living souls that would sell out and do the work of these evil demonic beings, whatever they are.
Mhm.
I mean, how weak do you have to be to serve that shit? I can't even understand it.
Yeah, you have to be totally a 180 from life. It seems like
Even
goodness
your
and
own, though. I mean, you have to disregard everyone that you would say that you love because you couldn't care about your children and have them spraying this shit over them.
right. And I'm wondering. That's a good point. I'm wondering if they're just in these shells of bodies, like machinery, and it's just like old spiritual demonic kind of
You,
disembodied
but
soul.
I think it all comes down to it's carrot and stick, right? Whether you're in the bloodline and you're more susceptible to that or not, I think it really comes down to you're offered a carrot. And if you won't take the
That makes
carrot, you
sense.
get the stick. So they offer you a carrot and you don't like it, and you say, "No, I'm never going to serve evil for that." Well, what would it take for you to serve evil? And you give them your number, and they do that. So now you're in. Or you completely reject it, and they say, "Okay, well,
Yeah,
that's all right, man. I hope you don't like, your children, your dog, your mother, your father, your sister, your brother, your cousins, because they're all fucking going with you."
man,
You know
that's
what I mean?
right. That's a good.
And
That's
then
a good point. And
they
it uh,
the other
what?
side of that, just to wrap that whole thought process up, I'll land the plane with this: is that ultimately, whether you take the carrot or the stick, now you're in the club. And now you're shown things that would make many people's hearts stop to even witness. And then they make
Yeah.
you do some of that and they get a record of it. And then they use that against you. If you ever turn on us,
Mhm.
that's the first thing we're going to show the world.
Good point, man. And then you see how they rushed in that one dude. Let's just say uh, Puffy. Let's just say Puffy. You see how Homeland Security, CIA, like the whole gang of everybody descended down on that dude, and then said that they gathered all this evidence, and all of a sudden that's swept under the rug like the other guy that hung himself in a cell. You know, like really? I don't think it happens. Like I think they really have a big group of people they have like brainwashed because of what they've got on them, like you said. You know,
That's
like a
right.
large group, and they call them like the corporations or the company or the or branch certain, maybe the Space Force people or whoever's above a certain rank or something like that. You know, because it seems that they all have to sign off on it somehow to approve these kind of programs. Um, and once you start piecing together all these little, you know, like my logo there, all the little puzzle pieces from different uh, types of companies, different, you know, clubs, I guess you could say. And when, like you said, that one guy, what's his name? David Keith, you said?
David Keith. Yeah.
Okay, David Keith, and he's probably just like a lot of the other people I've looked into. And you know, what I'll do is I'll use AI, right? And all these documents that I gather together, I'll break them down like into so many sections. Then once I've got so many, another document that would mesh with it, you know what I mean? Go together with it. And come to find out, I'll find out a whole lot of things I probably wouldn't have from one document. You know, you see what I'm saying? And so that's when I start going to look into documentaries and people that you can kind of get a vibe from that seem legit, right? That like this guy, that's why I put him on. And I know I'm blabbering, but what I'm trying to get at is that you start all these other industries start to um, speak to other things, and they start to speak for themselves, right? And you could just put them together. And so some of this research is where I've gotten over the last like a few months, really looking into it. So yeah, if you notice, I'm big into the biodigital sector and the
Right.
convergence stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm writing a book actually myself, so I've been trying to get it out in a ebook fashion to where people can just listen to it rather than having to read everything. But
Yeah.
hopefully, I'll have that
Right.
done soon. You know.
Yeah. I have vision problems too. So I've, and other health problems, but yeah, so I can't read. The biggest problem for me there is the Bible, man. I can't really read the Bible, and that bums me a little bit.
Uh, if it's um, there's a way that I don't know. Do you mess around with any kind of AI programs?
No, I'm allergic to AI.
Are you okay? Okay.
Oh yeah, dude.
Well, if you steer clear from your computer a little bit, and then I can give you some good suggestions. But I'll tell you what I do. Tell you what I do, which people don't have to do. But um, so I'm just now looking at a document. It's a PDF. It's called HoloLens, right? Now I've got Copilot open, which is a Microsoft uh, AI assistant, right? And
Right.
what I do here on my left side of my screen on Copilot is I just have a shitload of tabs open, and it's not Gmail, it's not like Google, it's none of that. It's just strictly what I enter into Copilot, right? And
Yeah.
over the last year, I've been building what's called a living digital twin, um, like a structure. So if you
Uh,
know anything about the digital twins, it's
yeah.
basically your whole history of where you
Right.
go
That's
in life,
all under
what
that's
you've
that's,
done.
that's under the envelope of SWS, man. Sentient World Simulation. You're feeding the fucking beast with
Yes,
that shit, dude.
right. And so I didn't know anything about this about a year ago, right? And I started looking at what's her name? Damn it. Mm, I forget her name now. Damn it. If I seen her name, I know it. But anyway, she's very knowledgeable in this, kind of information. She's done a lot of work for, the earlier models of, well, after ARPANET, like SimNet and then the internet. Uh, she did a lot of work with Bell Labs, right? and a lot of their
Right.
early prototyping and sentient world simulation type of architecture. And I guess she is very sensitive to um, projecting and taking in information like quantum tunneling and you know uh, jumping from, let's say, how they have the brain on a chip organoids, organelles, and what they're doing is they're using these little bitty brains or um, you know bio sensing, and they're comparing them, right? They're just feeding them information. As they grow, they learn quicker than like supercomputers, but they're the size of your
Yeah, but they
thumbnail,
die, dude, just like us, man. They're living
and they
cells that
die.
die, man.
Yes,
They
yeah,
need a fucking climate control, dude, for everything, and they need waste
right.
removal. The whole fucking 9 yards, man. It's a living goddamn thing, dude.
And yeah, it's sad what they're doing. You
It
know what
is.
I'm
It's
talking about.
pathetic, man.
Yes, it is. Um,
So I've used
but
it. I've used AI. To be honest, I've used it. I've used it twice because I was just curious if I could get something really simple and like stick a toe in. So I needed an album cover for one of my albums,
mhm,
and I just described the scene like give me rolling hills, a couple of horses, and a dog on it, like a farm, throwing a fence, a barn, whatever you want, and it spit out
yeah,
this thing. It was pretty fucking good, man. I'm like, okay.
and fast
Then I
too,
looked
right?
close
Like
at
it's
the.
kind of weird.
Then I started looking close at the animals, man, and it has no idea that a horse is like a living being, man. One of the horses has like 3 front legs.
Yeah,
If you look close at their heads, they're just a blob of ink. Where everything else is in fine detail, like the AI, the horse is like just an afterthought. Like I don't know, it's a brown thing that looks like this. So this whole
yeah,
scene is really great, man. But my horses have like 5 legs. If you look close, you can see like all the AI flaws. So I left it, man. I put it out that way.
yeah, yeah. Well, that's funny
And
you
then I
say that
use it
because
one.
look, I
There's this thing. There's this tool called a stem splitter where you can feed a song, a finished song, into AI, and it'll spit back all the tracks that made it up. Like it'll take the finished song and then give you back all like the raw vocals, the kick, the snare, all the drum tracks, piano
okay,
track. All the instruments are all broken down, so you can remix it or you can take just the part that you want. But I had a project that was almost done, and I wasn't going to use the backing track. I was just using it as a reference guide. I was going to do my own. And I
okay,
thought, well, I'll throw it at AI and see what it can. It came back so freaking good, man. It spit like
really,
8 tracks
okay,
back out, and I only wanted one, like the piano track, and it came out so clean, dude. It was like I did it myself. I'm like, oh yeah, that's in. I'm doing that.
nice. It's nice. Did you use like a specific like songwriting AI or was it like a
No, there's ones that
okay,
are you can just search like AI stem splitters, and you'll get a lot of different choices. Some of them are free, some of them are like they're expensive, but you can get a free trial, so you can go from site to site and see whatever one like. Because when I did that one, I tried probably 5 or 6 of them, and one of them was
uh-huh.
just nailed it spot on. The other ones were all kind of not so great.
It's cool that I mean, and it's things like that it's an innocent afterthought, right? That these things that are behind a lot of this, corruption and darkness, it we don't think of it like when we're doing stuff like that, like you just described, and like my research and stuff
Right.
here. But
But it's
once
like
you
it's
really
like a
start,
Ouija board. You either play with it or you don't. Like I had a Ouija board in our house when I was a child, and we played with it probably once, maybe twice. And I'm like, I'm never ever in my lifetime doing that again. Ever. And AI is the same way, man. You could get in, get out, get something out of it, like I did. But when you let it in your house, like if you have a robot vacuum,
with
it's not only
usage
mapped your
already,
house like
hell
acoustically, it
yeah,
knows where all the barriers are, it knows what kind of pets you have. They actually have cameras now
yeah,
and GPS tracking. So some foreign entity somewhere knows like the exact map of your house. And if you're running around like I like to do, in a towel or less,
right, right,
that's in there too, dude. That's not cool, man. Or
yeah,
like the new
it's
phase.
it's getting
People
stronger
like
too.
I've been in the security business for much of my life, like alarm systems, access control, cameras, you name it, anything low voltage. That was me. But now the cameras have not only motion detection, which was kind of an intermediate step from just video to now, like they can also report back motion and you can act on that like a separate detector. But now they actually recognize items, like you have packages waiting, or there's a cat in your driveway, or there's two people on your back porch. So when you start inviting
Yeah.
those types of levels of intelligence into your home, you're inviting that in like a vampire. Because you have the right and the opportunity and full cognitive function to say, no, I'm not going to that. No, ever.
No, that's very true. That's very true, especially when you start learning, you know, just off secondhand conversations or something like, when we first started realizing that these routers were doing that, we're just bouncing signal either off of your walls or through your walls, and by what wavelengths, what
Yeah.
what um what it then becomes is an eye, like something that can see it's through vibration,
Yeah.
right? Just
Right.
kind of like ours, except our spectrum is very limited. Like computers and waves, they're not that limited. They're pretty sophisticated, right? And then it gets into
Absolutely.
infrared and ultraviolet, and yeah, you're right. And then we're packaged and sold as third party information packets, but
So
instead of
works a
just
lot.
vibrations, like
Light
our whole history, right? Yep.
light works a lot like the way we think of wires and how wires operate. Like my whole career was built on wiring, basically, right? But the thing is, I could run a pair of just a single pair of wire from here to Timbuktu, and I can send so many different types of things down that wire. It would blow your freaking mind. You'd be like, "Well, yeah, you could send voltage. Yeah, I could send voltage. I could send audio. I could send images. I can send
Yeah.
RS-232 data, 45 data. You know what I mean? There's a million things that you can do with that single pair of wire. Well, light is the same way. So light can carry all of those things that I just mentioned and more. So that's developed into Li-Fi. So now they're projecting a light that has the ability to carry information into a space that is also blanketed in your own Wi-Fi router. And from outside with the right readers, you can read right down to the pinpoint, and you can send whatever information you want via Li-Fi through those bulbs. Cute, huh?
Yeah, yeah, it is. Yeah, that's wild, and it's so many going in so many different directions. So it's if its strength is strong enough, it will penetrate the other one as it goes against
Yeah,
it,
dude.
right? But it's passing right through each other and without interfering. And it's pretty cool that not just sending it, but the receivers and how they decode all this, and know what to pick up out of the what we call air, which is
It's really a
it's just
soup,
the
right?
ether. Yeah.
It's a digital soup
So,
now.
yeah, I don't know if I had posted a um this experiment I did. I posted on my YouTube page, and it's it's a light bouncing off of mirrors, but the blue light, is on the upper spectrum, so for the higher wavelength, and the picture, the thumbnail on this video, it lit up the light was so strong it lit up the whole etheric suit, and people think, oh, that's just the exposure from from in the digital exposure because of the blue light. No, 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 it's exposing what's all around us all the time, and
Yeah.
so you got
There's
your light
also a color
spectrums like that.
filter involved where a lot of people don't really realize, but this is worth mentioning. So when you think of clear glass, right? The glass used for a mirror, you would consider that clear, right?
Right, polished, yeah.
Yeah. So, but really, if I asked you what color is that glass, and you took a minute to think about it, what would your answer be? What color is the
Color,
glass that's used to make a mirror?
right, like colorless, basically, or kind of silverish, I guess, just reflective, and you got to buffer it
You ever
out.
looked? You ever looked at a thick piece of plate glass from the edge?
Well, you mean like inside of it, kind of you're looking through it
Nope, I'm
long
talking
way,
about,
or
and now I'm asking a
horizontal.
different specific question, like a heavy glass door to a fancy restaurant or whatever, where you can see the edge of
Oh
like
yeah,
a
yeah.
1 inch slab of wood. What
I see
color is
what
it?
you're saying. Yeah. It's like a black
Still S?
almost.
No, it's green, dude.
Um, I may be misunderstanding what you're saying. If you're looking
If you look
down
at the
the
edge
edge
of a
of it,
thick, if you look at the edge of a thick piece of glass, it will appear green, not clear, not black, green,
okay.
dark green.
Well, I guess I haven't seen it like that. Then that would be cool
If you
though.
want to see it, you can take two mirrors. You know how you can do like an infinity mirror, hold a mirror up to a mirror and you can
Oh
see
yeah.
real far off into it. That fades
Uh-huh.
off. Each layer, each repeat of that fades off into more and more green.
That's neat. Well, because when I come in like if I'm going into or in or out of my front door, I have a mirror facing each other there in the entrance, and then as you go into my hallway a little bit further to come into the house, there's another the same size, same mirror on the right. But yeah, I have one on the left and one on the right when I first come in my door.
Nice. So if you
It's
look
like
at
I
that
catch.
infinity mirror back and forth reflection as it goes down into a little smaller, smaller.
Yeah, like
Look
a
at the
little bitty
farthest one
hallway. Yeah.
that you can see. It'll be more green, more dark green.
Okay.
And the reason
Does
why I
it matter
mentioned that is so
daytime
any
or?
light that passes through what we consider to be a clear mirror is getting a filter because it's going through actually green glass twice.
Now you got me interesting or interested. I'm gonna next time I'm up and in there going out, I'm gonna have to check that out.
This is
Does it
why we
matter
get
about the light?
old because
Like,
we start to accumulate lots and lots of information over a lifetime. Imagine like I have a lot of respect for you because I think you're very smart and you're very aware, and the way that you see things gives you the curiosity to dig deeper, man. I appreciate that so much. But imagine if you continued this path just like you are right now for another 20 years, how much wiser might you be?
yeah, yeah, because I've got way too much time already on my hands. So
Yeah,
I do think like that. Yeah. So I'm curious about everything. So yeah, appreciate you saying it like that. Yeah. Now I
I'm still here. Oh, it looks like you dropped. Don't worry, man. I'll hold it. Good timing, actually, because I was grabbing myself a coffee. Anyway, I'm sure RG will be back in a moment. Come back, RG. If RG was having power problems earlier, there's a chance it'll take a couple minutes for his router to reboot and such. So we'll hang on for him. I got nothing better to do. I'm here for you, brother.
are you are you there? Oh my goodness.
Hey, he's back.
Damn, this thing, it booted me right off. Yeah, sorry about that, man. Damn.
That's all right.
Yeah, I kept talking. I looked over and it was like, uh, it was at the part where it says enter studio. I was like, what?
Yeah.
I started talking about Nano or HoloLens, and I was just talking to the air, man. Damn, I'm sorry about that.
I was just starting to make a coffee when you disappeared, so it was, I guess it was good timing. The mouth
Okay,
sealed,
yeah,
right?
maybe it was awesome, man. Yeah, hey, while you're drinking some coffee, if you don't mind, I'm gonna holler at my dad right quick and get him to bring me a cup, if that's all right.
Go
Hold
on,
on.
go on, do your
Get on your
thing.
nerves too much. Okay, 1 second. Hey, Pop. Hey, Dad. Yeah, yeah. I'm learning that I'm a rookie, dude. No matter what, when it comes to these lives. Hey, could you grab
Yeah,
me a
no
cup of
problem,
coffee?
man.
Please?
Yeah,
You don't mind?
glad to.
Okay.
Glad to be
Thank
here
you.
with you, man.
Yeah, hey, my dad, by the way, he was on the USS Nimitz at the end of the Vietnam War.
Is that
Yeah,
right?
he's a Navy brat. Yep, he told me all about it. He was right there where the green flag guys were to 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 signal when that big hydraulic thing came up for the jets to take off. To push against.
Yeah,
That was his. That's what he did. He had on them big muffins or the big ear muffs. Coordinates.
right.
Oh, ordinance. He said. Sorry. Ordinance.
Yeah.
Uh huh. The inaugural cruise when you were on there. Oh, that's nice. He's fancy, ain't you? Inaugural. 72. Okay. Nice. But um yeah, so I'm a rookie when it comes to this. I fuck up all the time, so I apologize. But if that happens again,
Say
what
hi
I
to
went
Dad
to
for me.
ask you. Oh, I will. Yeah, he just closed me in here. He shuts me in a room like I'm a prisoner or something when he goes to make coffee. It's weird.
Yeah, yeah,
But
I know how it is, man.
so I'm looking at this research that just came to mind. But have you ever heard of something called a HoloLens? It's a it's part
Hollow
of
what? Hollow
plasma.
lens?
Uh-huh. HoloLens. It's something new
No.
that I'm diving into, but it has to do with plasma theory and plasma simulation, to where in a, let's just say, in a plasma gradient, it's easier to tunnel through this technology they have and these sensors that they dump all through the air. Well, the NexRad helps to keep certain particles levitating, nanoparticles.
Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And through certain frequency, they send through these nanomaterials that um, create that, or help, let's say, help to create this plasma gradient. Well, when they are stimulated in a certain way through certain frequency, these HoloLens technology that the military and eventually it's going to be through gaming, but it's brain to computer interfacing from one location to another, and they can see through your eyes, basically. If you have on a HoloLens technology as well. So it's basically quantum tunneling into people's biofields, um, a certain radius around them, or within a certain radius, like 6 feet, say. Oh, why do they tell us to stay 6 feet away from each other when this corona
Right.
thing
Yeah,
came
yeah,
around?
yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's because your biofeld is
Oh, I know.
when you're
Yeah,
in each other's biofields, you're more locked into each other's let's
no
say
doubt.
emotional state. So yeah. So this HoloLens is a very specific technology that is used in sensing, biosensing.
Richie
Yeah.
from
It,
Boston's been putting out some videos like when the skies are very heavily trailed and then they turn on that NexRad shit and you can
yeah.
see all the cymatic patterns from, edge to edge. Unbelievable,
uh It's wild, ain't it?
man.
And if they, I'll tell you this, they could be using that for better purposes, therapeutic. Let's just say there's like inner city, has a tendency to be more chaotic and anxious kind of environment. Now, these NexRad frequencies or waves, they could mellow that environment, it seems. through biosensing in this and I wouldn't say to a government like, yeah, do that, like to control someone's environment, but it's on a smaller scale, like when you listen to certain binaural beats and frequencies, you tend to calm down, you know, uh,
Oh,
especially
absolutely. Yeah.
through headphones, the good headphones. Uh, and it seems if you could do it on a small scale, why not try to test it and help people relax a little more in those kind of environments. Instead, it seems that it's purposefully agitated more, um, uh, from what I can tell anyway.
Most of
Have
that is all space related. Like we're all supposed to have our own space and be stewards of the land, each being productive in his own way. And so a lot of people don't realize, but even here in the United States, we have entire states that are almost empty, like North Dakota. There's
yeah,
nobody from North Dakota, dude. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So
that's
we should
wild.
each be given a parcel. It doesn't all have to be like cold places like that or whatever, but we have entire states that are almost empty, dude. We could give everybody a few acres. Everybody plants
Yeah,
fruits and vegetables. If you're going to plant any trees, they have to be fruit bearing. Here's your choices. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And cut ourselves off from the rest of the world, lick our wounds, and root this thing out.
yeah. Just move on. Yeah, yeah, and it seems to be people are starting to notice that more. That would be of a better way to encourage your community. And I built. It's going to be in my book, but I built this um, type of clothing. I've got it patented now, with twisted copper wire
So
in a bi-ratio way up and down your spine, down your arms. Or you could
copper,
you
not
could do it in
silver.
silver. Yeah, you could do it in silver.
You
You
want
could do it in gold. Um, but copper being a better or a more affordable option. But I
yeah,
but
more
I'm
affordable.
trying
Yeah,
to. Yeah, but and you can do a heavier gauge or smaller gauge, whatever. But
right. It's
once
like
the
a Faraday cage, right?
right, and also it's going to be organic materials. It can be whatever frequency you choose, but like silk or hemp, like those vibrate at a higher frequency. So you want to mix and merge according to your body weight, but once it's patented, I'm just going to give it out to people. I'm going to give it away. I don't want any money for it, but it will be very specific smart fabrics with biosensors, if you choose. But I've been doing a little testing, and I can already tell that even though I'm not outside a lot, and with my clothes off, I've still got traces of these biosensors in my skin, in my body already. And there are ways to um, get rid of certain materials, but the biomaterials that fall, they do grow into your skin over time. I hate to put it that way, but it's
Yeah,
it's
that's
kind
what
of well known now.
more gallons. That's what more
Yeah,
gallons is.
more gallons. Yes, I have. Uh, Unfortunately, I have that. Like,
Yeah,
and it sucks.
that's what we're talking
Yeah.
about.
And but I think if you get the higher conducting natural things that grow out of the earth, that you can kind of counteract that with the toroidal pattern, the phi pattern that I've got incorporated into the windings,
I'm
and
sort of
in between the
thinking
layers.
like, I guess I'm in a whole different mind space for like all the solutions that we have to the things that they're doing to us are not going to fix the problem. Here's an example. You live a mile downstream from a paint production facility that's dumping toxic chemicals in the only freshwater river you have going through your property. You have two
Right.
choices. You have the choice to find a way to stop them from doing that, or you can try to filter it out.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I'm
now
following you.
that's one issue on your list, and then you look and you see what they're dumping in the skies. Now you have two choices. You can filter it, like put some bubble protection freaking mask over your head, or you can filter it with your lungs. Those are your choices now, because you didn't get a choice on whether or not that we were going to do this. We're just doing it.
Right.
So now
Man,
you
that's
put
such
that
a
on
good
your
point.
list. Then you go to the next item and the next item and the next item, and soon you realize like there's no escaping this. You don't just go off and find the ideal place in the woods and
Mhm.
hide from this system. First of all, there's no hiding from the system now. Second of all, they certainly make that illegal. And then so,
Right.
at least one way, right? They'll come after you if you
Uh-huh.
get more than a few people thinking like you and make it a commune. They'll Waco your ass. Right. So there's
Yeah.
no
Yeah.
like escaping this from within. Like we have to stop the paint production plant. We have to stop
Yes.
the sprayers.
Yeah. Yes. And that was my big point on why I played this most recent video from the geoengineering guys. And man, yeah, yeah, and I think if this is one good reason what you're just now saying, one big reason why they are doing it autonomously, right? So they don't have to be, you know, directly tied to it, like
Oh
physically.
yeah, it's
Oh, they
accountability.
were the
That's what
pilots. And,
that's their
yes,
whole game now is spinning the narrative and avoiding accountability at all costs. They're to the point they'll pardon each other, dude. Come on, be real.
yep, there you go.
Not only
There you
pardon
go.
like Biden, but before he left office, pardoned his son for all past and future crimes. How the fuck does that work?
Right. Yeah, that's double evil right there, man. But here's the thing, do they escape it in the next go round? Like
I
I
think
wonder that,
not.
dude. Like, do
I
people
think
really
not.
catch their punishment when they need it? And I do think Creator has a way of um yeah. You know how they they put people in jail for like 40 lifetimes? It's like what? How,
Right.
who's going to
Or
serve that next life? Like
life in a day is what they used to use just to make sure that it wasn't misinterpreted. Life
yeah,
in a
I
day.
didn't know that. Oh, and welcome, Dr. Bass, man. You're more than welcome to come up and hang out with the fellas here. But thank you for being here, man. Every time there's a solar flare, they go heavy on the sky spraying. Yeah, I wonder if they're just adding to the ionosphere type of height, um, and they're benefiting from like some kind of energy harvest when they do that. But I don't know if you caught Dr. Bass the speech what he was talking about, but there's this coagulation process that um, instead of spraying out one cloud from an airplane, it's like from several nozzles and different types. Some are metamaterial, some are bio based, and then they foam up in the upper atmospheres, right? And then with these next rads, some chemicals stay just aloft for so long, and then some come down quick, right? And they mix and mingle.
Is that what they're calling fly ash now?
Yeah, it's
You
something
heard
called
about that?
coal ash.
Fly ash, I think they're
That
calling
coal fly ash. I know I've heard that ash ending on to do with this process, but I haven't got time to look into it yet. If
it.
you
Well,
can maybe
if you're
brief me
taking
on it.
notes, look into fly ash. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called that you want to look into.
Let me type that in right here on my notes. Um, but yeah, if you haven't heard of coal ash, that's what he was mentioning earlier in the speech. And I'm going to play that documentary, by the way. If you are cool with hanging out and listening to it, it's called The Dimming. Have you watched that yet? And Dr. Bass, the same question to you.
No, I have not.
I'm going to type it in right here, but Yeah, the guy you just
I
heard
think
talking about.
I think I'm gonna drop out and watch. I was really, really sick yesterday and I feel quite drained. So I'll hang out and I'll be able to watch, but I probably won't be able to interact much longer.
No doubt. Hey, listen, I'm gonna mute up myself here in a few because yeah, being a quad man, it's a tough gig, man, and I deal with all this low abdomen on my right, a lot of inflammation, a lot of pain all the time, especially around my right
Yeah, me
kidney
too.
area. It just sucks.
I've been about 24 days in constant pain, man. I got like 1 day off from it and who got hit again yesterday. So I'm gonna pop, but thanks for having me on.
Oh man, no problem, and thank you for coming up, brother. Yeah, when we get more time and we got it planned out a little more, maybe we could do a thing together. You know, Dr. Bass, you're more than welcome to. So, but I
Yeah,
appreciate you, Super Sidewinder. I don't know your real name, but I do appreciate you, man.
I'm
100%.
David. I'm not trying to hide from anything. It's just a handle I've had since I was, I don't know, about 16 years old for CBs. It started out as Sidewinder, and as you know how like when you sign up for a service, they're like, no, that name is in use, so it became Super Sidewinder, and finally
Yeah,
resolved to Mr. Super Sidewinder, and I'm sticking with it.
no doubt, bro. It's a fire name. I like it, man. But all right, David. I
All right, brother.
appreciate you, brother.
Yep.
Have a good one.
Amen. All
All
right,
right, bye.
Russell.
All right. Yeah, man. I'm about to put on this thing called the dimming, but Dr. Bass, I don't know the guy Dane like 100%, but I've watched quite a few of his things, and he's pretty eye-opening, you know, for the most part. I guess nothing's 100% always, or nobody. Let's say nobody is always 100% truth. Not saying people lie like that as well, but it's hard to know who's who in the big scheme of things, right? Like those who got pretty big platforms, I don't think you can 100% trust either. You know, I just know it's a good thing. The connections I'm making with, you know, what they're dumping with the technological side, you know, and how they are, you know, making trillions off of this stuff, but you know, let no good thing go to, or let no disaster go to waste. How was the saying there? Uh, but yeah, Dane will expose the truth about chemtrails, but then talking about how no plants are growing anymore. I got you. I think I heard him something mention about root systems in North California, and I'm all the way in Georgia, so I couldn't say if it's 100% true or not. And anymore, and all the insects are dead, and that's obviously not true, right? I hear you on that. Yeah, sky spraying is I mean, it's so fucking obvious now, right? It's just the connections I'm making and trying to get other people to see on their own. Like I can't tell anybody the truth. I can only speak my truth, right? Um, but yeah, the things I'm connecting is with the gaming industry now, simulation, plasma simulation, um, and the training facilities, let's say, that are real, but they are digital twins of reality so that people can tunnel into those realities. That's like the military type tech, like the big wigs. You know what I mean? Having a negative effect, but again, the damage will push normies away. I got you. Right on. Yeah, yeah. I know the dimming. I don't know if you've seen that, Dr. Bass. I'm about to put that on, and let's see how Dane, you know, handles um, you know, reality. So really into the stuff you've been talking about, RG. I appreciate that, brother. Hey, and like I was just telling Mr. Super here that you know, using this AI has been a benefit to me just because I'm disabled and it's hard for me to do a lot, you know, with typing. But I've learned a lot with merging these documents and not just trying to chase one big subject. You know, I mean, the overall subject I've been looking into is biodigital convergence, but like the people that have been really doing the deep diving that I've been learning from, that's where it's at. And so anyway, I'm using this AI technology to start to find some of the big documents and the big, let's say, corporations and the military, and then, really doing some digging about the new warfare doctrines that all military branches, the Space Force, like, yeah, they might not be doing a lot of truth, but what they tell the public in their warfare doctrines, quote unquote, electromagnetic warfare doctrines, and then you mix that with the technology sides, the simulation sides, the plasma, it all really starts drawing this big picture that does make sense, that does point you in the right direction. But anyway, I'm gonna stop yapping. But yeah, man, if you guys don't know much about Copilot on the Microsoft side, of course, nobody likes Microsoft, nobody likes Google, right? We know they're demonic and they're dark, but what we can do with their technology and the good side, and trying to give this, this big picture to those that want truth or that want to push the real truth, then I think we're building a community already. And I do hope that it helps people get in touch with things that they might have doubts of, and really start taking a deep look into this stuff. And I think it's going to help. But while I'm playing the dimming, I'm going to drop some files here for you guys that like stuff I've been looking into, and stuff that I've merged, and HoloLens, the HoloLens technology, and plasma theory and brain to computer interfaces is a big thing that I'm really looking into now. So with no further ado, I guess you could say, without further ado, I will play this for you. Yeah, and I'll drop some files, man. We'll see where it goes. But thank y'all for being here, brother, for sure. And yeah, once I play this, I'm gonna jump in the comments here with you, Dr. Bass, and we can talk a little more. Let me mute up and then go get this thing. Be right back.
Perhaps the greatest lie ever perpetrated on populations all over the world is the condensation trail lie. What we're seeing in our skies is not condensation. It's sprayed particulate dispersions with very few exceptions.
They shouldn't be there. Jet engines burn clean. So if there's anything coming out of them, it's an additive.
They're absolutely not contrails. Contrails do not linger, dissipate, and go into cloud coverage, period, in the report.
And I kept saying to people, what is this? Because now the sky is no longer blue, it's starting to turn gray. And what I found was kind of like it was not socially acceptable. We're all going to pretend this is not really happening. And I thought, oh, this is very bad.
Most are unfamiliar with a science term called global dimming. That term refers to the amount of direct sunlight that no longer reaches the surface of the planet due to light scattering particles that are building up in the atmosphere. And although many of these particles are from industrialized pollution, the larger majority are from the ongoing climate engineering solar radiation management operations. This engine, a high bypass turbofan jet engine, this is the engine that is on all military tankers and all commercial carriers, is in essence a jet-powered fan. 90% of the air that moves through this engine is non-combusted. This engine by design is nearly incapable of producing any condensation trail except under rare and extreme circumstances. And again, we have film footage of aircraft flying at altitude with nozzles visible, turning on and off. That is the end of the argument. Since even before man could fly, there was an effort to try to modify the weather. We have weather modification patents going back 100 years plus. These are historical films of what can be done with a biplane, a small biplane that carries a very small payload. And that much can be done. How much more can a fully loaded military tanker, KC-10, KC-135, C-17 Globemaster, how much more material can they put in the air? About 500 times more with a single tanker. In regard to the condensation trail narrative, many refer back to the trails left by World War II bombers as proof that we are only seeing condensation trails in our skies. But geoengineeringwatch.org found on military archives film footage, which we posted, of World War II B-17s at altitude turning off a sprayed dispersion. We know that climate engineering was deployed immediately after World War II, so testing was absolutely ongoing. Clearly, these bombers were used for beta testing. Film footage proves it.
Weather was a weapon used over Vietnam. Would you expect that to be then deleted from the availability? No. To continue to expand the scientific aspects of it, to have it available in your portfolio of weapons would be a natural process. Therefore, should you expect that it is available on demand to have the ability to modify weather? Absolutely, within this country and others.
Climate engineering is the crown jewel of the military-industrial complex. Climate engineering has been used to destabilize and topple nations all over the globe, facilitating military occupations by hostile countries like the US. We know that some of these countries are having their precipitation cut off because they have stated so on the floor of the UN, like the president of Iran stating emphatically that NATO weather modification programs were cutting off the precipitation to Iran, but US media never covered it.
We have an economic model operating globally, which is operating based on covert force. And I have very serious questions after watching the financial patterns as to whether that financial force or that force includes weather warfare.
People were coming to me, telling me about this. So because of that, I went to the government in Ottawa under Freedom of Information. There was a 40-page report, of which half the pages were completely blank, and the other half had a lot of blank outs. But there was sufficient information to tell me that, yeah, they're aware. They call it geoengineering.
One of the big problems is that when we find some new technology, we get all excited by it, by the potential benefits of that technology, and often implement it and use the technology before we have any idea of the negative effects.
Shouldn't it be considered that every breath we take is laden with highly toxic particles that are wreaking havoc in our own bodies? Particles that aren't being reported by any air quality testing systems. Any official air quality testing are looking for PM10 or PM2.5, 2.5 microns at best. The climate engineering nanoparticulates are exponentially smaller. They go virtually unreported.
These nanomaterials generate reactive oxygen species in biological materials, damage tissue, lead to advanced aging, cause cancer, causative agents of dementia. So, yeah, we might think that we're doing something positive for humanity to save our species, but we're also poisoning ourselves.
Eventually, with the team that we formed at geoengineeringwatch.org, we were able to acquire a NOAA flying lab. We were able to test at altitude to confirm the elements that were showing up at the surface.
Our intention was to do a point-to-point sampling mission. We could see these obvious patterns that were being laid out in the sky. We were really thankful for the opportunity to be able to get up to altitude. And on the return mission, we noticed that that cloud layer had descended. And we sampled below the cloud layer, we sampled through that confluent layer and above it.
We found exactly the same elements listed in climate engineering patents, the same elements we found on countless surface tests of precipitation from all over the globe. Governments all over the globe and the entire climate science community are telling the population urgently that climate engineering operations, solar radiation management operations need to be immediately deployed to try to mitigate the warming of our planet, to try to preserve what's left of its life support systems. And yet when the public, those that are awake, try to bring to the attention of academia and elected officials that we see climate engineering already being conducted in our skies all over the globe. It's already been deployed. Lab tests prove it. Film footage proves it. Documents prove it. And yet we have the continued denial from the climate science community and official agencies telling us that we're not really seeing what we're seeing in the skies. They tell us if climate engineering were deployed, it would look exactly like what we're seeing in our skies. But then again, they tell us that we're not really seeing what we are actually seeing. The paradox is the more the climate engineers spray the planet, destroy the ozone layer, disrupt the hydrological cycle, and increase the overall warming of the planet, the more they feel they have to ramp these programs up to try to mitigate some of the damage that these programs have done in the first place. That is the true definition of insanity.
As a society, we are like a freight train heading for a broken bridge that is just a few years away from us. And I think people don't understand the exponential increase of toxicity in the environment.
These operations should be considered the most insane endeavor ever deployed by the human race. These operations are systematically derailing all of Earth's life support systems in the attempt to blot out the sun. The myopic, short-term objective of trying to cool the planet while worsening the overall warming. The climate engineers, if these operations are allowed to continue, are pounding the nails into our collective coffins.
From a scientific perspective, and what we know about nanomaterials and their effect on human health and the environment, this is a serious problem. And it really does warrant further scientific investigation.
We need the answers to get to the bottom of this national security problem.
If populations around the globe find out what has been done to them by their governments without their knowledge or their consent, there will be a shockwave around the globe that cannot be contained by the criminal governments that have now taken control of our planet and civilizations all over the world.
Just bringing transparency will shift so many things that it will make it extremely difficult, because you cannot manage an entire planet with overt force, only with covert force. If we bring transparency to who it is in the covert force, it shifts everything.
Look at your own health and you know what is going on. And if you love your children, join us in fighting what we need to fight. It's a just fight, it's the right fight, it's the right cause.
And if the climate engineering operations, which are derailing Earth's life support systems, are not immediately exposed and halted, all other challenges for the human race become moot because the planet will no longer support life. We are in completely uncharted territory. Virtually the entire web of life is being systematically contaminated and decimated by the ongoing climate engineering operations, on top of all other forms of human activity or anthropogenic activity that are wreaking havoc in the web of life. Climate engineering, mathematically, statistically speaking, is the single greatest and most immediate threat we collectively face, short of nuclear cataclysm.
Sounds like pure science fiction, but there is a growing underground movement of people who believe that our harsh drought is part of a government conspiracy.
Here, outlandish ideas like weather warfare and climate engineering, in other words, weather control, are accepted as basic fact.
Climate engineering is the greatest single assault on the environment ever launched by humanity, without question.
Dane Wigginton, lead researcher for Geoengineering Watch, is sounding the alarm. Climate engineering, they say, is to blame for the harshest recorded drought in California history. Dane is used to skeptics. He once was one himself.
Talk is cheap for those that haven't investigated. I didn't want to believe this either.
His background is in solar power, but he started investigating on his own about a decade ago after becoming suspicious something was partially blocking the sun's energy from reaching his solar home.
I grew up in Southern California, choking in a sea of smog. None of the adults around me seemed concerned about the conditions, but for me, life in the toxic murk was intolerable. I have always fully recognized the immense damage being inflicted on the planet by countless forms of human activity. I lectured on anthropogenic global warming. I dreamt of clean air and blue skies. I dreamt of living in untainted wilderness, off the grid. I dreamt of planting trees and watching them grow and thrive. I dreamt of coexisting with the wild inhabitants of the forest. I finally made it to the serene setting I had craved for so long, a remote forested mountaintop in Northern California. But the dream soon turned to a nightmare. When I began to lose significant amounts of my solar power uptake from my off-grid wilderness home, I knew something was radically wrong. We are officially told that the aircraft-emitted trails in our skies that linger, spread, and sometimes cover the entire horizon are just condensation. But the condensation trail narrative is perhaps the greatest lie ever perpetrated on populations all over the world. It is not possible for condensation to block at times 60, 70, even 80% of my solar power uptake. I began to research the issue of geoengineering, aka climate engineering, programs that governments around the globe and in climate science communities have told us are only proposals. Yet, there they were in the skies above me. Even today, we are being told, falsely, by the climate science community that we have one final card to play to try to avert total climate collapse, total planetary meltdown, but this is in fact a lie. Climate engineering, weather modification patents go back more than 100 years, but all available data indicates that programs were first deployed at scale immediately after World War II and deployed over the polar regions in the attempt to increase the size of the polar ice packs and thus try to regulate Earth's temperatures.
It lays the predicate and the foundation for the development of a weather satellite that will permit man to determine the world's cloud layer and ultimately to control the weather, and he who controls the weather will control the world.
Numerous government documents posted at geoengineeringwatch.org, some as much as 800 pages long, prove that global governments, even governments that the public perceives as being adversarial, are in fact colluding and cooperating on the climate engineering issue due to the cross-border ramifications. You can't climate engineer over your own country without affecting the entire planet. They are all working together on these issues, and other governments around the globe are either actively or passively cooperating.
Is the government experimenting with our weather? People say the government is up there in airplanes spraying all kinds of chemicals to change or manipulate the weather.
It is called geoengineering, fighting global warming.
by putting a chemical dust in the atmosphere and reflecting harmful radiation back into space.
You could use barium oxide, for example, which makes big fluffy clouds. You could use tiny little bits of aluminum, which is benign in the environment, and essentially manage the climate.
There are 172 bills before the U.S. Senate right now calling for more weather modification programs.
A Weather Modification Act calling for research in, quote, attempting to change or control by artificial methods the natural development of atmospheric cloud forms.
My personal opinion is that we have to keep geoengineering on the table. We have to look at it very carefully because we might get desperate enough to want to use it.
There is a line of research on what's called geoengineering, which are various techniques that would delay the heating to buy us 20 or 30 years to get our act together.
The stated goal of some of the world's most recognized geoengineers, like Dr. David Keith and Dr. Ken Caldera, is to put 10 to 20 million tons of nanoparticulates into global skies annually. That's an inconceivable amount of material. This material is on top of industrialized pollution.
Right? This is about how we engineer the planet. It's about the fact, an uncomfortable fact, but it is a fact, that we have the technical ability to do this. They are all fast acting, they are cheap, and they are fundamentally imperfect. They're the problems of how you control something where an individual country can have tremendous leverage over the whole planet's climate, and where there are winners and losers in ways that really could be unpredictable. And I mean, not to frighten you, but I think you can imagine scenarios that lead to war.
Another example is the array of technologies, often referred to collectively as geoengineering, that potentially could help reverse the warming effects of global climate change. One that has gained my personal attention is stratospheric aerosol injection.
There's all sorts of ways you could do this, but the standard idea has always been spray sulfuric acid in the stratosphere 20 kilometers over our head and use that to stop the planet warming up.
The example many people cite was when the Mount Pinatubo volcano exploded. And all of this ash went into the air and had a cooling effect on the Earth.
And so people have long proposed since the mid-60s that you could artificially add dust to the stratosphere and cool the planet. Not that this would be a good solution for global warming, it would not. But it does show the way we're steadily developing the powers to manipulate the planet with comparative ease. That sulfur in the lower atmosphere is masking some of the climate warming from CO2. So
is this the global dimming or something?
Yeah.
Other leading ideas basically to emulate what big volcanoes do, put material in the stratosphere to reflect sunlight.
So the problem is the following. If you add SO2 to the stratosphere, SO2 doesn't condense. So you might want to put alumina in. Alumina has a very high initial refraction. It's very small. It doesn't coagulate. And you can engineer particles that have particular properties. You can get them out of the stratosphere. You can concentrate particles near the poles. Costs are so cheap that the richest people on the planet could perhaps afford to buy an ice age. It's extraordinarily cheap. I knew it was cheap when I found that they were quoting me in tons. It's also true that particles, as they get bigger, fall out a lot faster. We sort of step back and think, okay, well, how would you actually make particles in the stratosphere? This is really engineering now. If it was aerosols in the stratosphere, it would likely be put there by airplanes. Start with a fleet of just 2 or 3 kind of modified business jets. The basic idea is that if you let a plume off in an aircraft by just changing some little details, you can actually get much smaller particle size distributions by doing this kind of spraying. So there are all sorts of side effects. I'll get to them in a second. But if you put sulfuric acid in the stratosphere, for example, you could deplete stratospheric ozone. Smaller size means more surface area, but more surface area means less ozone.
Is the stuff in the stratosphere going to be killing some number of people that are going to be sacrificed?
It's an obvious concern.
So if it kills 1 million people and we're
It's
only
bad.
doing 1% more, we're just killing 10,000 more people.
You can do math.
Okay.
But that's so killing people is not the objective here. So if I made a decision, or if there was a collective decision to do a geoengineering program, and you put, say, the kind of program I think makes more sense to put about 1 million tons a year in, but let's say, you might end up killing many tens of thousands of people a year as a direct result of that decision.
And so the only thing that we can do to cool the planet, or that society can do to cool the planet, is deploy these sorts of technologies.
And by the way, it's not really a moral hazard. It's more like free riding on our grandkids. And it means there are going to be winners and losers, just like there are winners and losers for CO2, but they're different winners and losers. So this makes the problem, if anything, harder to solve. You've introduced another dimension of complexity into the managing the planet's climate problem.
What we're watching financially is a great deal of public policy being promoted on the theory that we have climate change. And yet in that discussion, we never talk about, well, what's all this spraying and how is that involved? Engineering the weather gives you the ability to overcome or prevent droughts. It gives you the ability to inflict them if you don't go along. And the brilliance of inflicting a drought is there's no popular support against you. So this kind of invisible warfare, if it can be done, is very effective, it would seem to me, both positive and negative. Well, imagine if you can predict the weather over long periods of time, how much money you can make. You know, you can trade it. How do you manage money in that world?
Many people message me confused and bewildered as to how it is possible that such colossal programs can occur in skies above our heads, programs of climate engineering and solar radiation management that are literally decimating Earth's life support systems. And these programs are not being acknowledged by any official source, not being acknowledged by the climate science community that has indeed betrayed the human race and the entire web of life by their denial of the ongoing climate engineering elephant in our skies. And the people that message me are perplexed at how such atrocities can be ongoing for so many decades. And we have still official denial, and we have populations that are all too willing to accept that denial. I began to test for some of the primary elements named in climate engineering solar radiation management patents, starting with aluminum, barium, and strontium. When my test came back from the state certified lab, to my dismay, these elements indeed were present in significant amounts, and subsequent tests showed higher and higher and higher amounts, continuing to escalate until one test was as high as 3,450 parts per billion of aluminum. This is highly toxic rain. I knew my life would never be the same because I can't look the other way. It's completely intolerable for me to live under toxic skies. And what about the trees? What about the bats, the bears, the birds, the bees? They have no voice except for us. I began to try to bring this issue to light from that moment on. Initially, few would listen, few would look at the data. But as time went on, and as more and more people woke up along the way and realized the significance of attempting to play God with the weather and engineer Earth's life support systems, more individuals from different arenas joined the effort to try to sound the alarm.
I want to tell you that we're in very great danger from the pollution that's coming down over us. And we've been led astray by the military-industrial complex. And they're responsible for the cloud's creation and weather manipulation programs.
I sacrificed 4 years of my life defending the people of my country just to come home and find there are greater threats here domestically.
There's something going on. I don't know who it is or why they're doing it. All I can testify is it's not natural and it's not normal.
Now, the aluminum content of rain should be 0.
And there's a lot of argument that aluminum is very common to be found, but aluminum is only common in a bonded form. It's not common in a free form, and we're finding high rates of free aluminum.
Because you can spread so many small little particles through the environment, it dramatically increases the surface area that's in that environment because there's so many of them. When you look up at the sun and you see a white haze, that is aluminum floating in the air right now, and it's coming from the aircraft.
Solar radiation management, SRM, to block the sun. That's the stated purpose. The consequences don't seem to be considered with these programs, but that is the stated purpose on almost all UN and global governance documents for these programs.
Okay. Wow, guys, sorry I had to interrupt for a minute. You know, what he just said, oh my God, we were all just talking about that, right? So my point of, Dr. Bass, you said you hadn't heard that. You haven't heard my kind of angle yet, what I was speaking of about projections in the sky, right? And HoloLens and the technology like Oculus and stuff like that. Well, even with our bare eyes, they have technology that, like in ball games or whatever, in the inner city kind of events in China, they're very, very sophisticated with these projections into the sky now, right? So what he was just saying, yeah, when you look up and you see this white like haze, it expands almost what he's saying is it's expanding the surface area so that things, in my viewpoint, things can show up much, much better in that kind of atmosphere, in that kind of sky. Um, so, they've been doing this for a long, long time, and they do run those NexRad type of technology, and wherever else they've got them at, on private property, maybe disguised as, 5G towers. Well, whatever they're doing, they are doing a good job of it, right? Of keeping this type of meta materials and things like that being dropped over us for a long, long time now. So if we can see these kind of projections, they use machines to lasers and all that to project up in the sky. Well, it just makes it a better backdrop, right, for that kind of thing. So imagine what kind of money they're making. This probably don't cost shit over time. Like, it don't cost them anything, right? They're just making profit. Well, what I'm saying is when they get this type of thing regular, where people are walking around with their headsets on, and they're just in a whole different world. But the thing is, they don't have to. They don't really have to be looking with their real eyes. They're not going to bump into anything, because from these 6G towers and these high altitude platforms, in real time, they're living in a whole nother metaverse, a whole nother world. But everything lines up. Everything is mapped through something called holography. So wherever your eyes are looking, right, your whatever technology you're wearing over your eyes, you're seeing, like, let's just say, an elephant right in front of you. You're just walking beside you, and you're never going to bump into anybody else, because they come up as some other kind of figure, and they keep you from walking into people. It's real. It's this universe. It's this realm. You just have added things to it from the ether, right? That's being projected into the ether, right? And it's just another realm that no one else is seeing except you. You're living in this realm and another realm simultaneously. So I just had to point that out, that, yeah, the stuff in the sky that they're dropping, it just makes for a better backdrop, right, to merge realities. And I just wanted to put that in there. It says they have killed the birds and bees. Now they're after the trees. Man, they're killing a lot. But, oh, man, it says the UN is not a legitimate nation state. The UN, right. Therefore, no interaction with them is legitimate, right? Not here on this land. What the UN has done, right, is the UN has made up laws that exist as a reality on this land, right? It's not the land. It's not this, right? Not our land. It's just realities living in people's heads that they have been brainwashed by the UN to think is that reality, right? But the only reality is us and the land and the ether. Now, what they put into the ether to mess with people's minds, or they resonate into people's ears to mess with it, to make them think, oh man, I'm going to get in trouble if I don't go by what the UN says, man, I'm going to get in trouble. And yeah, as long as they got so many people's minds locked down, then this will always stay a reality of the majority. Now, when we start to be the majority, that's when realities change, right? The land we stand on stays the same, but people's realities change, and that's where we need to get back to. So I just wanted to say that. So yeah, if it's the UN, I'm out, right? If it's UN, I'm out. Hey, brother, same here, man. I like how you put that. But yeah, yeah, guys, I'm gonna play this a little bit more, but yeah, you see where I'm going with it, right? Like we have to change the atmosphere again. We have to go back. We have to revert, not us, but the how we get through to people needs to be a revision of what it used to be like, right? Without all this shit in our skies, and what we're breathing in, and what's happening to the trees and the bees, right? So yeah, it fucking sucks, man. But let's get back to it one more time here.
And in the past 5 years, I have seen the number of patients with Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's, and other neurodegenerative diseases tremendously increase, almost quadruple
United States Code says you cannot experiment on the American public, and if you do, you got to report it to Congress within 30 days. Where's the proof it did that?
But it is also to get the media to start reporting on this.
So all of us have a consequence that we may not be aware of. And it is important for all of us to join together and to put a stop to these programs and to hold public discussions on them for as much as possible. And I want all of you to know that it's important that we realize that this is not normal and natural, that these are programs, experimental programs that are being conducted at this time, and we all have to stand up and say no.
This tank can be used for disseminating all types of agents. Anti-crop spray from aircraft using the Aero X2A has proved very effective in field trials. For larger planes, the Air Force has perfected spray equipment. This B-17 has several spraying nozzles and carries the tank in the bomb bay.
I'm Charles Jones, Brigadier General, U.S. Air Force retired. In the years 1953 through 1962, I was stationed in Germany. Then we moved to England in 1959 while assigned to the 42nd Tactical Reconnaissance Squadron with dual missions of electronic countermeasures and weather reconnaissance. We also had the responsibility of reporting jet engine contrails throughout our area of responsibility in Europe, North Africa, the Mediterranean, and Eastern Atlantic. We were responsible for pinpointing the exact altitudes of all jet engine contrails noted within the flying area of responsibility in both the weather and ECM aircraft missions. We became experts on jet engine aircraft contrails and all of their characteristics. Much different from the white aircraft spray trails that consist of scientifically verifiable straying of aluminum particles and other toxic heavy metals, polymers, and chemical components. These are the long white spray trails that linger and slowly expand into light cloud cover that soon cover entire areas with an overcast, very light cloud cover. We're never going to get to the bottom of climate change until everything is laid on the table about geoengineering and the disasters that it can and is causing.
My name is Richard Rolig. I served a career of 34 years in the United States Air Force. I was able to achieve the rank of Major General. I was in the acquisition business, developing new weapon systems, and did lead one major top secret program for 3 years. During the 10 years I worked at Raytheon, the exposure to various programs was limited to what they wanted you to work on. So even though I still had the top secret clearance and certain programs I got exposed to, that was not one of them. That was compartmentalized, as it should be. And unless you had a direct impact or you were personally involved in it, you would not have received that particular clearance. It goes back to around October of 17. I'm residing near an Air Force base here in Tucson, Arizona, Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. Aircraft exiting, doing their flight training, etc. And having lived around Air Force my whole life, my father even being a pilot, it became obvious to me that the contrails that were coming out of some of the aircraft in the local area were not normal looking. They took on a different texture, they spread differently, and so as a result, I started talking to a couple ex-pilots that are part of the organizations, asked them to look at it. My wife is a pilot. I had brought her out of the house. We looked at the contrails, and it was obvious that they were not normal. So as a result, we started doing a little research.
Yeah, we called it the elephant in the sky. I mean, everybody on the planet is looking up and seeing this kind of spraying going on. I became involved in weather modification analysis due to my background as a weather observer in the United States Air Force. And as I was looking at the jet clouds in the sky, I realized that that's certainly not normal. And so I've been watching these abnormal clouds for a long time.
Well, I started to learn about geoengineering just in a very personal way. I decided to leave Washington in 1998. I bought a small property in a farming community in Tennessee, and I still had business in Washington, and so I would drive back and forth between Tennessee and Washington, but I was also driving around the country networking with a variety of people, trying to understand what was going on in the economy. And as I was driving around, I saw this spraying, and literally you had planes crisscrossing in very unusual patterns. They'd fly back and forth, and you get this tapestry of crisscross spraying that would just hang in the sky for a long time. As an investment person, you're adding it up in your mind. Okay, we have 2 planes over this county flying this many hours and spraying this much stuff. This is very expensive. Who's paying for this? And I was doing a lot of research at the time on a great deal of money that was going missing from the federal government on a covert basis. On one hand, you have all this money going missing, and on the other hand, you have this fantastically expensive spraying program going on.
The ongoing global climate engineering operations must be considered a new Manhattan Project on a scale that is almost inconceivable. Governments all over the globe are either actively or passively participating in the ongoing climate engineering insanity, all for their own reasons, all in the attempt to keep business as usual until the last possible moment.
Geoengineering is occurring, it's been occurring, it is not new, and your tax dollars are funding this.
Well, my name is Kristen Megan Edwards. I am a U.S. Air Force veteran. I served 9 years on active duty working in bioenvironmental engineering. Upon my separation, which was honorably, I went and worked for the VA in the Veterans Health Administration as an industrial hygienist and an environmental specialist. So as an industrial hygienist, my job was to protect people from such things as heavy carcinogenic metals and hazardous materials. And through that, all items that came on base was approved through what is called an Air Force Form 3952. And that is a hazardous materials acquisition. So in order for a chemical to be brought on base, it had to be tied to a specific task. If people were painting aircraft, we knew where that paint was going and what it was being used for. And this was all for liability. So when you start to find constituents coming on the base that you're trying to remove from the base and engineer out through different industrial processes, that was a red flag for me and really told me to do my own research. I've often wondered with the large amount of people in all branches of the military who work in an environmental facet, why they aren't coming forward. I don't think a lot of people are connecting the dots. Now, I wouldn't have stumbled upon why these constituents were being brought on base unless I had heard about geoengineering. So a lot of times I think people are supporting an operation but haven't really seen outside information to tie it to why this is going on. To see how much taxpayer dollars are used in military operations, whether they're peacetime or wartime, to see how much money is spent to reduce hazards, again, that affect human health and impact the environment, is a complete contradiction to geoengineering using wartime exemptions to not be cited through the EPA. This is a huge waste. This is fraud and waste from the U.S. government. And that this is allowed to go on to me is unbelievable.
I think it's one of the most dangerous, diabolical things that has ever happened to us. It's the most dangerous thing short of a nuclear cataclysm. So I take it very, very seriously and will do everything I can to try and expose the problem and encourage people to do likewise.
Well, when I was growing up, I was really a fan of Kurt Vonnegut, and Kurt wrote some remarkable works. And I later learned that most of the fodder for that work came from the work of his brother, Bernard Vonnegut, who was a scientist at GE under Irving Langmuir, the lead scientist there. That work was focused on the production of ice crystals at elevated temperature using a compound.
Okay.
compound called silver iodide.
I would like to take you into the laboratory and show you a few of the experiments that led us to our outdoor experiments in converting clouds into snow. These are some which I photographed that were formed in the laboratory. This is a picture of the first cloud that we seeded back last November. Putting dry ice from a small dispenser in the bottom of the plane, under many conditions of course, full-fledged snowstorms will be produced in this way. Nature at last has permitted to do a little something about the weather.
These were something that scientists had worked on and developed through the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, and was likely being deployed even today. The research done by Vonnegut and Langmuir coincided with changes in our sky. As these programs, or at least this type of research, increased, the skies started to change. My first real observation of those changes and real awareness of it came, I was looking up and saw patterned skies of these trails that were being laid out by planes, then developing into confluent layers that would drift perhaps hundreds of miles, changes the weather, changes the...
Look, guys, you know, when they say chemtrails, it's kind of misleading, right? Sure, it means a trail in the sky, but that's just one small piece of the whole operation. Add in HARP, add in NextRAD, add in these different frequency wavelengths that they just pump in, you know, and let's see with these big, huge rolling clouds, right? Like, you know, these fucking hurricanes, man. You know, I would say they strengthen tornadoes. I would say they do a lot more than just leave a chemtrail in the sky. These are several different types of metamaterials, and then you hit that with high frequency in many different directions, I'm sure. And it's not just HARP up in Alaska. There are several HARP-like installations all across the world, all across this country, littered. I would go even to say littered 6G, 5G towers. Oh, this is deep. This isn't just some chemtrail documentary. This is just scratching the surface. But you guys, I'm playing this so you guys can start digging in.
The temperature around you, also the light intensity and the quality of light was changing. It was funny that there was not really a lot of published literature on this material. There had been some governmental reports that I had dug into. There was some evidence that this type of research was being conducted. And in fact, there was a presentation that was given where Dane Wigginton asked some questions about the materials that they were discussing and their possible role in weather modification programs.
Numerous air quality studies, including from CARB, California Air Quality Resource Board, have named submicron-sized particulates as being particularly harmful for human respiration. Through all the discussions today, I have not heard any mention of this fallout, and has this been studied, and also the effects of a highly reactive metal like aluminum on toxifying soils and waters?
The question is, what would be the effects of these materials on human health if they came down into the stratosphere? In particular, small particles and aluminum. In our climate model, we looked at how much additional acid rain, acid snow you would get from the sulfur coming out of the stratosphere if you did it at a rate of 5 megatons per year or 10 megatons per year of sulfate. And it turns out that amount is so much smaller than what humans put into the troposphere on an annual basis by burning fossil fuels as a byproduct. Even in pristine areas, the soil would have a buffering capacity and it wouldn't be harmful.
So the collaborators of mine working on the aerosol scheme are actually folks from Carnegie Mellon who focused on human health impacts. And while we haven't published it, that was the very first thing we did, was do the order of magnitude calculation in federal pencil and paper, but with an expert on human health impacts about whether there could be an issue. And the answer is no, clear-cut no. So for the numbers of particles in the stratosphere are so tiny compared to the loadings on human health. There are other things that worry me a lot, like the rain on these particles in the upper troposphere, where they might affect high clouds. And for aluminum or other particles, there are a lot of toxicological things that need to get looked at seriously. But if you just think about the sheer number of particles and the human health impact of small particles, the answer is, well, we haven't published it. That was the first thing we looked at with some of the leading experts who do epidemiological research on human health impacts, and it's not even close to being an issue.
So 10 megatons of aluminum dumped into the atmosphere will have no human health impact.
So let me be more careful here. To separate out the toxicological, but so the alumina we've only begun to research and publish nothing. The question I was asking was purely about particle number density. So what we did is we said, look at some global estimates now we have of aerosol, global estimates that were built for epidemiological purposes of the global loading of aerosols in terms of health impacts. And we said if we added on top of that what we're doing from the stratospheric aerosols, could it have any impact? And the answer is that was totally irrelevant. But that was just on particle number. We haven't done anything serious on alumina, and so there could be something terrible that we'll find tomorrow we haven't looked at.
So after I saw that footage, I contacted Dane and I started asking him some questions myself because I was interested in what he knew already. I mean, he was very forthcoming with all types of information. I realized that he had published a lot of material online, and I started perusing that material and found that, he was digging at something where there was, again, a lack of available scientific evidence, and that's where I became quite interested in contributing in any way that I could. I then, working further with Dane, and with great thanks to our contributors, was able to take a number of flights where we could sample through these condensation trails or these confluent layers that had been laid out earlier in the day. So on the first sampling mission, we started at the Baltimore-Washington International Airport. The University of Maryland has a twin-engine Cessna that is a flying laboratory. It has a sampling nozzle at the front of the plane that collects air samples prior to any contact with the plane or the engines or anything behind. Those samples are then taken through a tube, pass through a filter cassette, and these filters are glass fiber filters that are pretty large pore space filters that do effectively capture ground pollution. So PM 2.5, those particle sizes are 2.5 microns, and they've done a really good job of it. But it's not really the proper equipment to completely evaluate the number of particles that might be smaller than that. And we're talking 10 to 100 times smaller than the PM 2.5 particles. But those do capture some of them. And we flew in an air-controlled zone and basically flew big circles trying to get to altitude, but the control towers wouldn't actually allow us to reach the altitude that we needed. They basically want you to pass through that zone. The second flight that we conducted was flown from BWI to Albany International Airport.
All right, we're just in pre-flight here. This morning, we observed emissions from several planes, several high-altitude planes, flying between 25 and some up to 40,000 feet. And the trails that were left behind these planes spread out into a confluent layer. And the low angle of the sun in the morning allowed for us to observe the polarizing effects of those particles using simple polarizing lenses.
We could see these obvious patterns that were being laid out in the sky. We were really thankful for the opportunity to be able to get up to altitude that we could observe these materials and sample that cloud layer. Our intention was to do a point-to-point sampling mission where we could actually reach altitudes, approaching 20,000 feet. Unfortunately, on our flight from BWI to Albany, the layer that we observed was at 27,000 feet, and I think we made it to about 23,000 feet, perhaps, and so we were below that confluent layer that we observed. We landed, had lunch, they refueled the plane.
We have two blank control samples. One was taken prior to the flight, one was taken after the flight. So we should have, again, two blank samples and actually three samples, one on ascent, one at level flight, and then slight ascent from 17,000 to 21,000, and then changed the filter and took another sample, third sample, as we descended.
And then on the return mission, though, we noticed that that cloud layer had descended from 25 or 27,000 feet to about 17,000 feet. So we could easily reach through that, and we sampled below the cloud layer, and I'm saying cloud, I mean an induced cloud layer. We sampled through that confluent layer and above it.
The basic building blocks of climate engineering are to saturate the atmosphere with electrically conductive light scattering particles and polymers, particles like aluminum, barium, strontium, manganese. These particles are then manipulated with extraordinarily powerful radio frequency microwave transmissions that can heat the upper layers of the atmosphere like the ionosphere, that are used to create pressure zones that steer upper level wind currents, which then steer weather systems. These particulates, when they are manipulated with these frequencies, can literally move air masses. This is an integral part of climate engineering that is not known or being acknowledged by many. Extraordinarily powerful and dangerous radio frequency microwave transmissions.
Electromagnetic fields are energy sources, and they're going to be interacting with moisture in the air or our bodies or whatever. And therefore, it's not at all surprising that you're going to find some movement in relation to exposure of weather patterns to electromagnetic fields.
When you have things like HAARP that can send electromagnetic waves into the air column, if you send, lower frequencies, you can calm it all down and you can cool it. Or you can excite it and you can heat it up. So there's complete control of temperature within the environment.
In 1985, Bernard Eastland applied for patents. Many claim that these patents have become the blueprint for HAARP, High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program.
HAARP is a large antenna where we beam radio frequency energy up into the upper atmosphere.
Applications discussed in the patents included destroying missiles. Communications control and disruption were included. There were some other ideas, both to possibly modify weather.
What we can do with an antenna is change the portion of the sky into which we insert the energy.
HAARP's combined antennae generate a focused billion-watt high-frequency radio beam, which penetrates the lower ionosphere and interacts with the currents of the auroral electrojet.
In certain applications, the military acknowledges that it can literally lift the ionosphere. And what they say is, it's not a problem, it's a short period of time, yet when you lift the ionosphere up, the lower atmosphere rushes in and fills that void, which changes localized weather patterns.
At its biggest size suggested, if you beamed it for an hour and a half, that would equal the energy in a hydrogen bomb.
HAARP is only one installation of perhaps 100 that are on that scale around the globe. You can create high-pressure domes. In the northern hemisphere, that creates a clockwise spin, just like the pulley. That allows them to steer the upper level winds. into nearly any configuration they wish. So the areas that are under that high pressure dome fry. They fry. Take a look at that round bubble. Is that not telling? That's a high pressure dome parked right over the top of us that ensures nothing can flow in. You would never see this meteorologically 20 years ago. Never.
When you have two things that have the same mechanism of action, one would expect that their effects would be either additive or more than additive, that being synergistic. So when we're talking about weather patterns, so you have fog, you have water droplets, you have water in the air. When those water droplets are irradiated with microwaves, they're going to do the same thing they do in our body. They're going to generate reactive oxygen species. And when nanoparticles are in that water, they're going to do the same thing they do in our body. They're going to generate reactive oxygen species. So at minimum, one would expect that these effects would be additive, with the possibility that it could be more than additive.
And if frequencies do that to particulates, again, what's it doing to us? What's it doing to the web of life? Given anything that's alive has water in it in some form or another, what's happening to us with this? And watch what happens to a flow of water when it's exposed to frequency. Very hard to believe, and when you feel that with particulates, the effect is even more profound. There's a radio frequency transmitter that, based on the signal transmission direction, is isolating precipitation and blocking out a whole section of precipitation. These are one of the radio frequency transmitters, and they're being put up all over the country, all over the world, wherever the grid power will support them. Again, you saw the radio frequency transmission carving out a 90-degree inside corner. That's the overall effect in the end. Completely unnatural. There's not a meteorologist that doesn't know this is going on. No chance. Many ask this question: can cyclones, can hurricanes be manipulated? The short answer is yes. Project Cirrus. The U.S. military has been engaged in hurricane manipulation programs since at least 1947. And these programs have been ongoing ever since, although the U.S. military denies it. They claim they stopped this research. That is a blatant lie. Geoengineering.org has captured film footage of the radio frequency transmissions being used to manipulate the atmospheric particulates sprayed by climate engineering operations in order to steer and direct hurricanes. They can be manipulated to a degree that few can comprehend. We have NASA satellite images available at geoengineering.org that show extraordinary atmospheric manipulation off the west coast of Africa, where cyclones in the Atlantic basin originate. There's no theory, there's no hypothesis, there's no conjecture. Cyclone manipulation is absolutely, positively being done.
Some of this technology actually came out of the stealth program. Stealth was the idea that you would try to reduce the amount of radar energy that would be reflected off of an aircraft. You could put particles of metal into the paint itself. These particles would then absorb the energy. But if you put that up into the air and then you broadcast a signal that is tuned to the exact frequency that matches the size, and this is the key, all of these particles are the same exact size, so they respond to a specific frequency. So when you transmit this frequency, you can get all those particles to heat up. And if that mass of air has moisture in it, any kind of humidity at all, it all rises and expands. So this is how you can actually generate a weather system.
A primary aspect of climate engineering is the climate engineer's ability to manufacture winter weather with patented processes of chemical ice nucleation for weather modification. In doing so, they can seed cloud moisture with what is termed endothermic reacting elements, energy absorbing elements that create a cold, dense layer of air that sinks to the surface of the planet and creates a shallow layer of cold, perhaps a few hundred feet thick, that creates the illusion of winter weather on a planet that's in total meltdown. So the surface temperatures are in fact very cold, sometimes astoundingly cold, but it's a shallow surface layer, manufacturing winter weather events that are then sensationalized by corporate media, dividing the population, again, confusing them as to the true state of the planet and the true temperatures on planet Earth. They have focused oftentimes on particular regions, like in 2014 in Boston on the east coast of the US.
creating snowstorm after snowstorm after snowstorm with chemically nucleated moisture and creating sensationalized headlines from that event.
100 million Americans have been hit by a winter storm, packing pretty much everything in the weather arsenal.
And convincing much of the population that there was nothing wrong with the climate, that there was in fact record cold in some places, and thus in places where there was record warmth even during winter months, people tend to ignore that. As the planetary warming becomes a runaway event, the chemical ice nucleation elements that have been seeded into cloud moisture reach the surface before freezing. Thus, so-called frozen rain and ice storms are increasingly becoming the norm. How many know of the ice balls showing up on the shores of Lake Michigan, covering beaches, often 75 pounds or more, occurring at times on water that is 40 degrees plus Fahrenheit? How does that happen? From chemical ice nucleation. This is nothing short of winter weather warfare, complete with destructive ice accumulations from the chemical ice nucleation cloud seeding and dangerously slick snow-like frozen material that contains surfactants. They're used in climate engineering chemical ice nucleation cloud seeding operations in order to reduce particle coagulation, i.e. to keep the climate engineering elements from sticking together and forming larger particulates that would sink faster to the planet, which would not be conducive to the winter weather warfare scenario. The cryosphere, Earth's ice deposits, are melting at a pace that is unprecedented in the geologic past. The true magnitude of the planetary meltdown has been masked by statistical falsification. The climate engineers have attempted to hide this fact from populations. In order to mask the true severity of polar meltdown from populations, the climate engineers have utilized methods of sea surface ice nucleation. The effect of these operations can easily be distinguished on satellite images. The paradox with sea surface ice nucleation is this. The climate engineers are actually putting a lid or a cap on oceans that are already too warm for natural ice nucleation to occur. In doing so, the climate engineers are, in effect, sealing the heat in the oceans, thus increasing the overall heating of the planet. It's another larger specimen of black oak. It's mid-February. It's already leafing out. It's 2 months ahead of when it should be leafing out. The leaves last fall stayed on the trees, and in late November, December, when a certain series of rains comes, we've seen this the last 4 years, all the leaves on the deciduous trees wad up dead, but still hang on the tree. As you see lower down on this tree, that's what we have. It appears to us as if some sort of defoliant is included in the aerosol spray mix. And we know fruit farmers have been using this type of method to cause their orchards to go dormant for years. This is because the temperatures have been rising so progressively.
Defoliants remove the foliage or leaves from the plant. A week after defoliation spraying, the plants stand dry and almost leafless.
Defoliation, a maneuver designed to peel back the cover from which the Viet Cong spring ambushes on Allied supply convoys and troop movements.
Decomposition of forest floor duff, the materials on the forest floor, leaves, pine needles, twigs and sticks, is now almost non-existent. The soil microbiome has been devastated. The root systems of trees and forest flora are dying off, just as the crowns of the trees are also dying off. Climate engineering contamination is not only killing soil microorganisms, it is also causing trees to shut down nutrient uptake, which in turn initiates a slow, protracted death of the forest. Because of Earth's collapsing ozone layer, intense UV radiation is causing the stomata, the respiratory ports of trees, to shut down. Thus, trees don't respirate. They can't feed. They're simply dormant. The forest no longer smells like a forest because the trees are not breathing. Even during the spring and summer months, an increasing number of trees are growthless. What we are left with is stagnant, silent, dry, dead, and dying forests that are just a spark away from total incineration.
Every single person that I've talked to so far has made the mention that I don't know why it's doing what it's doing. It's burning differently. It's burning more aggressive than it has in years past. And I know we say that every year, but it's unprecedented. It's burning in every direction all at the same time.
The single greatest factor that is creating the conditions for the unprecedented wildfires all over the globe is climate engineering. Why? Because climate engineering is disrupting the hydrological cycle, i.e. the rain cycle. Climate engineering is destroying the ozone layer, which is bombarding forests with incredibly intense UV radiation, killing them from the top down. Climate engineering is ionizing the atmosphere, making it more electrically conductive, and this in turn facilitates more dry lightning, igniting yet more fires. Climate engineering is blanketing forest foliage and forest floors with a highly incendiary dust, aluminum nanoparticulates, barium, polymers. This further adds to the flammability of the forest. From every conceivable direction, climate engineering is the single greatest causal factor in regard to the epic forest fires that are consuming forests all over the globe. The equilibrium of our planet has been completely obliterated. And there are now feedback loops that have been triggered, as many as 50. It means once you knock a domino over, that domino knocks over a larger domino and still a larger domino. And the process continues, and that is now occurring on planet Earth. And now we have methane releasing from formerly frozen methane hydrate deposits all over the globe, in Siberian tundra, on the Arctic seafloor. Methane is escaping, rising into the atmosphere and covering the planet like a layer of glass. Methane over a 10-year time horizon is from 100 to 120 times more potent than CO2 as a greenhouse gas. There's enough methane in these deposits to turn our planet into Venus many times over, and it is releasing now. And climate engineering, in the attempt to mask what is unfolding, has actually further fueled the process. Climate engineering alters upper-level wind currents. That in turn alters ocean currents. Now we have warm water pumping into the Arctic in places it should not be, causing massive methane blowouts that have to be seen to be believed. They can be seen when they occur on terrestrial areas like the Siberian tundra. Massive craters that look like something from a massive nuclear war.
The question is, that people should be asking, is if this is going on, why is nobody talking about it?
Under the security classifications that a program can have directed upon it, it can keep it in a narrow vein and keep transparency away totally. Absolutely. And the same can be with the contractors and subcontractors that work on the same program. That is to be expected. Any contractor that deals with a classified program will be as compartmentalized as the government program office is. That's the whole purpose. The ground rules are the same. In fact, you can't even bring that home and talk about it with your family or your friends or other work parties that are not also cleared on that specific program, whatever program that is.
You only are told what you need to know. And so they assume that most people don't need to know anything, and the rest to only know a little bit, except the people who are pulling the strings.
Many ask why environmental groups are not addressing the climate engineering issue. They appear to be more concerned about protecting their 501c3 nonprofit than they are about protecting the environment. Ignoring and obfuscating the truth about verifiable sources of damage to the environment is not protection. This is total betrayal. It's the same fraudulent behavior we see from every large corporation on the planet, towing the line for the power structure while decimating the entire biosphere in the process. Turning two blind eyes to this situation will not save us from the reality of the near-term impact we are facing. Here's the bottom line. There can be no legitimate discussion about the climate or the state of the climate without first and foremost including the climate engineering issue.
We do not have political representation for anybody being interested in saving this planet, and that is something I cannot understand.
There is an ever-increasing unhealthy cooperation
between really all of the major media and the forces behind the scenes that are responsible for the environmental destruction.
So many people try to deny that these programs could be occurring because they claim if they were occurring, there would be people lining up to blow the whistle. And that is so utterly and totally false when we know that with modern day surveillance, every word that anybody of significance says is recorded somewhere by someone. And when we know what happens to whistleblowers like Julian Assange, why would anyone line up to put their own neck on the block to blow the whistle on these types of programs, knowing that it will at minimum destroy their life?
Even though half the pages were blanked out completely and others partially, the fact that they provided me this information and acknowledged, yes, they were aware, it's geoengineering, they were aware and they knew it was happening and they were monitoring and part of it in that respect. So it's happening, no doubt about it.
If these programs were in any sense benevolent, why would there be an illegal federal gag order right now on all National Weather Service and all NOAA employees, the nation's weathermen, an illegal federal gag order?
Well, that should tell you right away that all of this is happening at a really high level, obviously. So they won't take questions on it. They feed us BS information on what's going on. The people that are telling us what we ought to be doing are leading us astray. And there needs to be a comeuppance and a really good investigation of what's going on.
If you look at the total wealth that we can create on planet Earth, if we create a financial system which supports life and is in alignment with life, what I will tell you is our current financial wealth is less than 1% of what's possible. We don't have economic problems on planet Earth. We have a political problem. But the economy is so suboptimized, and that's because there is this force controlling it from top down. So whatever's going on, I say tell the people, because, you know, the people can deal with it, and the people.
All right, I'm back, guys. I had to put some food on my stomach. And yes, I'm glad we paused it right here because what's her name here? Catherine Austin Fitts. She's a former U.S. presidential cabinet member. George H.W. Bush. Well, wasn't that a motherfucker? But basically, I think this is the same lady that talked about all the money coming up missing when it came to the housing market. Let me make sure I'm off mute. Okay, just want to make sure I wasn't talking to nobody. But I think she's the one that talked about the underground tunnels that led to these underground caverns that, you know, may or may not be for public if some big disaster happened, right? Well, that's a story. I think that's just a story. I think that this is where some of these people run to when the going gets tough and the public finally has had enough, right? And we do come together and we do start talking. I think this is where these motherfuckers go. And I think she ran across something like that. Now, we know about, you know, they let us know about certain DUMBs and stuff like that. I think those are just reset shelters that, you know, they may or may not make copies of certain DNAs, right? And I think, you know, these are the known things, or they're old world, just things that we put big doors on, right? So they're protected from us, like, right? Like I'm fucking. Listen, man, I'm nobody. I don't have a following. I don't give a fuck, really, what I say. If this channel goes away, YouTube, middle finger, right? Like I don't care. Like I do care about. I do have a big heart. Let's just put it that way. I do have a big heart. I care about people in general, right? I don't know half of the people that are subscribed to me. I do know them as what they present themselves to be, and that's all I see is good and the good in people until they give me a reason not to see it. Right now, that could be a downfall. I don't know, but it feels good to love people and to be loved, right? So it sucks to see these chemicals dumped on people, and then them not know what it is, right? And then be gaslit about, oh, it's nothing, right? Like that's some bullshit. Like you either got to be super gullible and like stuck in the matrix, or you're a non-player character. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm sure there are people like that, but I think these demonic entities, they do make what are called clones, and they're able to jump from body to body. From what I've found out, like quantum tunneling is a real fucking thing, and and you have a very rare signature. Okay, on computers, it's called an algorithm. It's catered to you and what you like and what you talk about. Um, yeah, there should be more people here. Well, hey, they'll see it in their good time, God willing. I do hope so, Mister Super Sidewinder. But the whole point is, if you are fed up with the bullshit, do find like-minded people, because eventually the going gets tough. We're not going to be holding signs, right? Hey, look at me, you know, fuck the White House and their reporters. Like, no, dude, it's not going to happen like that. It's going to go down a little bit more real. Okay. And I know I'm rambling. The overall message today from me would be, look what is happening, not just in front of you, but under you and above you, please. Because what falls, right, due to the weight of its classification of metamaterial, right, or biomaterial, and all the frequency machines that can cause large scale effects are purposeful. Okay, what that purpose is, you have to start looking to find out, because no one else can tell you, because you won't believe. Okay, just look, please, and you will find out in the long run what the big agenda is. Right, we find these things out in little steps. Right, and welcome, DeWitt. I appreciate you being here, brother. But yeah, I'm going to play a little bit more in the name of humanity. Yes, sir. Appreciate you being here, brother.
Okay, whatever problem there is, they can deal with it or they can solve it. So I'm big on transparency. And I know if enough people push for enough transparency, we can figure it out.
Could a strange substance found by a Southwest Arkansas man be part of a government test? KSLA News 12 investigation reporter Jeff Farrell shows us the results of testing we had done about what's in our skies.
They begin as normal contrails from a jet engine, but do not fade away like a normal contrail. KSLA News 12 had the sample tested at a lab. The results? A high level of barium, 6.8 parts per million, more than 3 times the toxic level set by the EPA.
We're just about ready to go into the clean room facility. We will be looking at the samples by scanning electron microscopy. Scanning electron microscopy will provide information about particle size distribution. We will be able to get some elemental analysis. What really this technique is for is to prioritize our samples for downstream, more advanced imaging, more high-resolution imaging, especially by transmission electron microscopy. Put on a fresh pair of gloves. We're going to start with sample number 8. This is a blank that was collected on the return flight. No flow through this filter, so this filter should be free of any particulates. I'm going to use these scissors and forceps that have been cleansed with isopropanol and then acetone, and wipe free with these dust-free cloths. These are the series of samples that we're interested in. These are samples number 9, 10, and 11. These were taken on the return flight where the plane passed through an induced cloud layer. Number 10, I believe, is the one that was passed through a cloud layer at around somewhere between 17 and 19,000 feet. I will take time to cleanse the instruments between each sampling.
Now, guys, that says a lot. 17 and 19,000 feet Now I don't know what part of the U.S. I'm sure they're going to tell us a little more, but and obviously they made a trip one way and a return trip the other way, and picked up separate chemicals, which up that high, that's pretty high, you know. And obviously they're not a natural occurring at that height. So let's take a little bit more of a listen and see where he's going with this.
Carrying sample number 9 near the center. Opening it to ensure that the surface that had received the particulates is facing upward. Number 9 is completed. Now processing sample number 10.
Let's see what he's doing. Okay.
One additional sample. This blank sample was taken after the plane landed, and 3 of the samples containing actual airflow particulates had been collected. So we have one prior to the mission and one at the conclusion of the mission.
Okay, so he's taking samples also from when he landed, so just saying a lot lower elevation, basically. Okay.
Prior to imaging, these samples are coated with a thin layer of platinum. The platinum helps to take the excess charge or electrons and drain them off to the stub.
Oh, okay.
And now we'll
interesting.
Do the samples where we pass through the cloud layer.
A few little bright particles. This particle here is probably the one that we'll do the most analysis on.
So the general image that we're seeing now are the glass fibers from the glass fiber filter itself, and the bright particles or bright areas that we see are areas operating in the so-called backscatter mode of this microscope. Collects electrons that are backscattered, especially from metal center compounds. But you can clearly see the lighter and darker contrasted areas there, suggesting that it's an aggregate.
Some of the smaller particles in here we're looking at on the order of about 450 nanometers long.
Oh, wow.
But there's also smaller particles in there too. So backscattered electrons, typically the higher the atomic number, the brighter the signal. That being said, what we will do is look for the bright spots and then analyze those. The glass itself does seem to have sodium in it. Looks like aluminum, sodium, silicon, calcium, potassium. So the reason that caught my eye is because it's darker than everything else. And it's got lots of small particles in it.
Yep.
Obviously fabricated.
And this gives us a lot of information. Again, it identifies which filters have qualitatively more materials, just, basically we see more material on it. It also gives us information about size of particles and potential for aggregates that we might be dealing with in the samples.
Barium sulfide again?
So barium sulfide is interesting. What he's doing now is just getting a high resolution image of it to see if this is indeed a single particle or if there's any evidence that there's an aggregate of smaller particles.
So really the big standout in this one seems to be iron. In this field we have one there, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
And I did analysis on all of them. They all seem to be pretty similar in composition.
Yeah.
Well, this is definitely made up of much smaller particles.
Yeah.
So this may be a clump of what you're looking for.
We just analyzed 3 different areas. This particle seems to be high in aluminum. It's a large flake, though. And this has some silver, too.
Yeah, in terms of now the aluminum signatures that we're getting from the glass fibers themselves,
this is much bigger.
Much bigger.
So look at that.
Yeah, that's the aluminum piece.
It's easily 3x the silicon.
Yep.
And I think the silicon and aluminum are pretty similar in the glass. So here, if you look at just the glass fiber, silicon is significantly taller than aluminum. So that particle there is mostly aluminum.
Yeah.
So measuring this one right here, this is below 70 nanometers.
Right. Good. In the precipitation samples that we've seen in the past, the aluminum oxide particles that we've been seeing are there.
Wow, aluminum oxide in less than 70 nanometers. That is extremely small and very complex. It looks to be at those. I mean, sure, you could argue like that, updrafts and things like that, but you can't argue that all of these separate, we could say nanomaterials, would be clumped together like that in a filter, right? They would be individually, you would think. If there's another way to fuse that kind of material, that takes a special technology, right? I mean, obvious. I mean, they were pretty clean with the way they executed these tests, it looked.
The order of 40 to...
Of course, anything can be made to look a certain way, right? But yeah, I'm going to go with my gut on this one. So, yeah.
60 nanometers. So that's consistent with the size that we've seen from precipitation events. Again, these samples were collected directly from the air.
Wow, they're really getting in there.
There's not a lot of approaches or instrumentation that you can use to observe these nanomaterials. I mean, again, these are the sizes of viruses. And so really the only equipment or instrumentation that is appropriate for identifying these materials is high-resolution transmission electron microscopy. This allows us not only to determine the size of the particles, we can also determine the composition using a technique called elemental dispersive spectroscopy. It's done within this large microscope. So it will give us information about the morphology of the particles, the composition of the particles, and we can actually see the crystalline spacing, so the spaces of the crystals themselves. So we are talking high resolution microscopic techniques that are really the only way to be able to observe these directly. Morphology is important because the productions of these materials are really of a constrained size range, and we've seen this already in samples that we've analyzed from other sources. American Element produces lots of these nanomaterials, and you can actually purchase them online. The size distribution of these engineered particles are quite homogeneous.
What do we get? Ooh, it's like there's aluminum. Now, what I've done is tell it to calibrate to the aluminum peak. So now what it's doing is going through each of its process times and each of its gain values and calibrating. Oh man, I can tell you this much. What I'm seeing right now is far superior to the last time I ran that operation. So you see you got 2 calciums, right? Yeah. All right. K alpha, K beta. Right? This variant peak is probably an L and an M. Here's your major variant.
Yeah, and then you have the other confirmed there.
Correct. Variant is a triple quadruple.
It's definitely
yeah. Oh yeah.
The significance of the results is that, to my knowledge, this is the first evidence of nanomaterials collected directly from the emissions of aircrafts. This is the first time that this has been reported or acknowledged.
There is aluminum and there is aluminum. So the way the people are involved in the destruction of our beautiful planet, they get away with it is because the crust of the Earth consists of aluminum silicate.
Although traces of aluminum may be found in almost any soil, only those clays containing 50 or 60% aluminum ore and known as bauxite are mined for commercial production.
And so their argument is always, well, we always had aluminum in the system and our body knows how to deal with it. Well, there's a difference between creating nanoparticles of aluminum which do not exist in nature, which is a highly aggressive material that is seeking to chemically react with other things.
The chemical process reaches its climax.
I'd like to point that out too. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm glad that he brought that up in that way at this point in this documentary. So gives me a little bit more to think about. And I just want to see what the chemicals are used in the separation process here.
Climax in these huge tanks, where alumina is precipitated out of the ore in caustic solution. Later, the water content is driven off by baking in giant rotary kilns, resulting in this pure snow-white powder known as alumina.
Okay. Now, I'd like to do a little more research and see what the main use is for that, if it may only be for this. What they're showing, I don't know, but I would encourage you guys to do your own research on that. Like, and DeWitt, what you were saying about like canned goods and fluorides being present in aluminum. So in the process, I guess either it's used in the canning process or it's used as an additive with the canning, which I wouldn't doubt. But anyway, I'm not going to claim that outright. But yeah, let's continue.
An ever-increasing amount of this alumina is being used in chemical processing, in soil conditioners, in abrasives, and many other applications.
Aluminum particles are highly reflective and thus serve the stated agendas of the climate engineers, reducing direct sunlight. The nanoparticles of aluminum are also powerful desiccants, absorbing atmospheric moisture, reducing atmospheric relative humidity, derailing and disrupting the entire global hydrological cycle.
Nanoparticulates of different materials are produced for lots of different reasons. In fact, they're in cosmetics. Titanium oxide nanoparticles used for sunscreen, zinc oxide.
So they're not a new invention. What has happened recently, and again, my knowledge is primarily the medical and health effects studies, is that we've learned to manipulate and create nanoparticles for specific design purposes.
We have exploding amount of national laboratory facilities which are researching just the nanomaterials. And it's scary because every single one of them, first of all, is toxic to human body. And second, it absorbs the gigahertz range radiation. Every single nanoparticle absorbs gigahertz radiation. Nanoparticle has nothing to do with the original material where it stems from. So aluminum in nano form, you can literally explode it. It can be ignited at much, much lower temperature.
In this form, another unusual property of aluminum.
Let me rewind just a little bit. I want to put that graph up that she just mentioned. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm disabled. Give me a break. 1 second here. Where she mentioned the scary part about goodness gracious. So I don't know, should I use the arrows? Okay, there we go. Well, damn it, I went too far now. Oh, this thing goes way too fast for me. Maybe I did go far enough. Sorry, y'all. Powder contrail generation. I'm fucking it all up. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Give me. Sorry guys. 1 second. Somewhere in there.
It was happening, and they were monitoring, and part of it in that respect. So it's happening, no doubt about it.
If these programs were in any sense benevolent, why would there be an illegal federal gag order right now on all National Weather Service and all NOAA employees? The nation's weathermen, an illegal federal gag order.
Well, that should
create a financial system. He was our current financial weapon on Earth. And the people of it.
The particle size and
Hey, I can make a song with this. Oh no. Oh, I'm in the beginning. I'm sorry, guys. I'm such a klutz. Oh goodness. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I'm like leaned over sideways in my bed, leaned on the rail, like, my belly's full now. Just ate. Sorry. I'm getting close, right? There we go. There's the powder thing. Go to that, please. Okay, I'm gonna come back to chat just for a second.
The powdered particles float to the...
Okay, powder particles. We get it. So yeah, I think this is a good spot to just chill for a second. And sorry, I'm going back and forth between the top and bottom. Oh goodness, RG, I believe fluoride is also a waste byproduct of aluminum said to be named, okay, chlorosilicic acid. Right, it's a toxic waste. Yeah, it's a fucking bummer on everything, right? I think fluoride the worst. Yes. Okay. So yeah, this is a good spot just to mention that I think what they have a good plan to like cover up and be like, yeah, man, it's always been in the soil, and they would like to use us as dummies to eat the bait, right? Like take the bait. This is what, is our excuse. Now, maybe legally they can use that to legal terminology, right? Use their Black's Law type of language. Yes, the confirmation different. Yes, sir. I do believe that like this dude painting here, like everything's coated now in a much more finer, powdery, let's just say existence, and it does get more into the nano. Let's just say you could the nano state of just dropping it in the air and letting it float down has like tenfold different uses, and it also, for the bad part, it can get into and further down, into our root systems, and it can water washes it down stream more. It gets, like they say, they've pulled a lot of different fish out of the Northern California environment and see that it's all in its gills and all in it's not only toxic, it's accessible into more systems. It penetrates further down, let's say it that way. And so it's going to then tenfold affect more things. Now, with that being said, I think that with AI and with these high altitude platforms in the terahertz range, gigahertz and terahertz range of what it can penetrate, it's not only, in the gigahertz range, these nano things can vibrate to or soak up in. It also is now being pushed from above, right? And there's this middle spot that the HARP and NextRad are keeping these. There's something called levitating particles. If y'all look that up, they're accessible to, they're weightless, and they're also being pushed. So they're being sandwiched in this area that our military can access and use they say militarily through training purposes, and they tunnel in through these technologies into different layers of the ether. Let's just say it that way. It's more understandable that way, right? So a sense of grit like aluminum oxide when walking on hard surfaces is everywhere now. Yes. Now we could say on a time scale it's gonna be around longer, or if we I don't know how to the right language to use when it comes to some of this stuff, but the sensing and the edge networking that it can create these realities that once you've practiced enough of in your mental state, right? There's this quantum existence, and I know it sounds kind of corny, but terminology is being driven in the ground. But there's these ways of creating new realms by using these things levitating in our etheric atmosphere, right? And these technologies can now move in between these layers of existence, right? Where these waves cross each other, right? And we know that famous experiment. They call it, the double slit experiment. Well, there's these, let's say electrons vibrate at a certain frequency. Well, it sends out waves like ripples in a pond. Well, if you can just change, or let's say add in new electrons, which is weird, but if you can add in these nano things overlapping our existing atmospheres and then hit it with enough electricity in certain ways, then you're going to be able to bend and be able to access these other layers. And I know that sounds weird, but yes, full spectrum poisoning operation. Yes, across the board. Thank you. You made it easier for me to say. And I'm sure both of you get where I'm going with that. Like, so when they coat everything, just like this picture of this guy painting, if they coat our reality, right, in what we see with our spectrum, what we can access with just that sense, right? We can also access other things naturally with other senses other than our eyes. And I'll leave it at that. But I'll stop yapping and we'll finish this up. I have a few things I have to do with my dad before he takes off. He's such a trooper, man, helping me out. But yeah, I'll mute up and we will play the rest of this. Thank y'all for being here, man. Both of y'all, everybody, whoever's just not talking, but you're here. Welcome. All right.
Surface and form a continuous layer of aluminum over the area being covered. This aluminum shield provides protection from weather and reflects light and heat almost as effectively as a solid sheet of aluminum.
Aluminum is one of the two metals, iron and aluminum, that exist in a 3+ state. Each plus means lacking an electron. And so aluminum salts are the most electron deficient metal, and with that highly reactive to the proteins inside our cells, which are loaded with electrons. And so aluminum makes very strong bonds with the proteins in our cell, which means a protein that has incorporated aluminum becomes a dysfunctional protein that no longer works. We have about 200,000 working proteins in the body. That's what creates your testosterone. That's what creates your insulin. This is all made by intracellular proteins. And those get contaminated with the aluminum and become highly dysfunctional.
No creature has ever been found to utilize aluminum. There is no creature, no virus, no bacteria, no fungus, nothing that thrives on aluminum. It's deadly to all life on Earth.
In national defense, as in many other fields, aluminum is everywhere. In the air, on the ground, and on the sea, versatile aluminum serves our fighting men.
And this is the thing about the constituents used in geoengineering. is they are similar to items that are going in ground operations. So whether you're standing aircraft parts that contain strontium chromate, changing brake pads, working around barium, bending aluminum metals for different aircraft parts, this could all be explained as to their exposures. But the question is, those that don't work in those areas that are showing these symptoms, where's it coming from?
I think in the next couple of hours, we'll see that actually open up a bit before the clouds start to return a bit. That's the high cloudiness we're getting sprayed up from the north. There's more upstream, though, for us later on this afternoon into this evening.
That we've been dealing a lot with some military activity in terms of chaff anyway, and that's something that I experienced for the first time yesterday. That was a whole lot of fun, and that's where the military just basically dumps some of the tiny particles of plastic or metal mylar into the atmosphere.
And when you see this kind of a pattern like this, you can rest assured there's something going on. They're actually little bitty magnetic and little bitty strips of, whether it's aluminum.
Then you see these bands of very distinct cloud cover moving into the region. That is not rain, that is not snow. Believe it or not, military aircraft flying through the region is dropping chaff. Small bits of aluminum, sometimes it's made of plastic or even metallicized paper products, but it's used as an anti-radar issue, and obviously they're up there practicing. Now, they won't confirm that, but I was in the Marine Corps for many years, and I'll tell you right now, that's what it is.
So we conducted the analyses of these nanomaterials and conclusively confirmed that there were aluminum oxide, barium sulfate nanoparticles in the samples that we took on the East Coast on that second flight. For my mind, that would be sufficient, but I'm also was quite interested in, well, what's going on the West Coast? Are these similar types of results can be collected in various regions? I was really thankful to be part of a third sampling mission. We flew from near San Diego up to the Bay Area and back on one of these days where, again, there was clear evidence of patterned skies being induced by the emissions of aircrafts. In this sampling mission, there was a couple of different things. One is that we used a Learjet. It's a pressurized cabin, for one thing. We can get to higher altitudes. It's much quicker. And we used instrumentation that was appropriate for smaller particulates. We had instruments to monitor the air quality in real time. We had 2 particle meters on board, one that measured PM 2.5, so that would be relatively large particles that we're normally concerned about, these respirable particles that get into our lungs. But we also had on board a particle meter that went down to 20 nanometers. So that meter, combined with the larger particle meter, gave us a full assessment of materials ranging from 20 nanometers up to 2.5 microns. Our filters that we use were 0.1 micron, so that's 100 nanometer pore size. That would capture many more of the nanomaterials that were being released. What we're breathing in pressurized cabins is actually air from the outside. It's being taken in front of the engines. Some of the airstream goes into the engine to feed the combustion process, and then bleed air then off of that is taken directly from the outside, pressurized, and then is used to pressurize the cabin. And we could sample it right from the vents. So we had a sampling wand that we could hold up to the vent, and the sampling wand was sampling for the ultrafine particles. We sampled through one of these confluent layers, and as we passed through that layer, the larger particle meter basically read just ambient air within the cabin. With regard to the nanoparticle meter, there was clear evidence that there were smaller particles at significant numbers present within that layer. And that is significant. I mean, this is not only just the number of particles that we observed, but also that they were confined to that smaller size range. Above the layer, again, the air quality was quite good. Below the layer, air quality was quite good with regard to the smaller nanoparticle meters. But within that layer, there was clear evidence that there were smaller particles at significant numbers present within that layer. It has significance because this emerging condition known as aerotoxic syndrome, where airline attendants, pilots, people are becoming allergic to their own aircrafts. They really have
Air toxicity. What? Hold on. What, this is a thing? Like a new symptom? Like these people getting like nauseous halfway through their trip now, or I mean, it would make sense. I wish I remembered the last word he said, but air toxic. These people that usually don't get toxic, like kind of reactions, I guess, are now having reactions to the air toxicity due to, I wonder, bunch of fucking different chemicals in the air, man. Crazy. All right, we're gonna finish up.
Hasn't been
We have almost 30 minutes left. We'll be finishing up, and I'll do closing thoughts and take any questions, I guess, and answer them the best I can. But you guys are seeing proofs in the pudding here, so let's finish up. All right.
Identified any known cause of this phenomenon, but nanoparticles of that type can cause things like allergic reactions, these same symptoms that are being experienced by all of these people in the airline industry now. The data that we collected using the particle meter is already convincing in terms of there are nanoparticles that are present within that induced layer. What is needed now is a larger contribution from a broader community of scientists, health workers. However, that takes time. And in my opinion, we don't have that kind of time. These materials will reside in our children for their entire life, however long or short that might be. So we don't really have time to say, oh, more research is needed, although it is needed, but not at the same time as we continue to disperse these materials and affect our human population.
In the east and in the west, large forest land areas have been sprayed to kill destructive insects. This work by airplanes is significant. It has an indirect effect on all Americans.
Here's one to keep track of over here. Notice it didn't have anything coming out of it.
Yeah, he just turned on.
Just turned on his spray.
With commercial airlines, you're not going to get this kind of converging intersection, even though they're at different altitudes. But the important thing to consider, there's not a natural cloud in the sky. Everything in the sky is an aerosol out of the back of an aircraft. Anybody who says that can't affect the weather is simply ignoring logic and reality.
My rock climber's mentality says you have to face reality. You just have to face reality, or if you don't, you could end up at the bottom of a cliff because gravity will take you there. When I see El Capitan over there looming in the distance, and I think about the times, I feel what this place has given me is so much as a human being to experience life. You can't not care. You have to care about it.
You can't not care.
You can't not care. That is not human. That's a human who's been conditioned to no longer be a human being. With all the spray that's been put up in our atmosphere, it apparently has come down and it's affecting the environment.
You see all the trees that are dead and in the process of dying right now, flashing out. And you can see the really brown ones that have just flashed out with the needle still on them. And it's progressing throughout the whole hillside. Even on the top slope, if you look to the back slope up there, I mean, they're flashing out everywhere.
That's right.
You don't have any kind of uniform green. You have just various colors of dead and dying. That's all you have.
What a thought that we're standing here at this point in history dealing with this madness. Maybe 2 years from now, we won't even be able to stand here. It's been proven this is happening throughout this country and around the world. This is supposed to be Yosemite, a national treasure, World Heritage Site. You want to take a picture? What are you going to see?
Climate engineering operations are saturating our atmosphere with light-scattering particles that alters the light spectrum that reaches the surface of the planet. This in turn affects photosynthesis.
The sunlight that is going through this layer piggybacks the frequency of those toxins. When you're exposed to the sun, when there is that gray halo between you and the sunlight burns and it feels very, very unpleasant, and you end up feeling miserable at the end of the day. Whereas when the sun goes through a clear blue sky, you may get a sunburn if you stay there too long, but it's a pleasant warmth that you're getting.
We've been told that the ozone layer is recovering, but that's a blatant lie. That's a cover-up. We're being bombarded with very dangerous levels of UV radiation, not just UVA and UVB, but UVC, the last spectrum of UV radiation before X-ray. So if we have 10.5 milliwatts per centimeter squared and we subtract the UVA, which I believe was 4.3 milliwatts per centimeter squared, we end up with about 60% of the total incoming UV is UVB, and that's simply off the charts. It is well known and understood in the science community that climate engineering operations would damage the ozone layer. But because the science community is betraying the human race and the entire web of life, they are not admitting that these operations have long since been deployed and are destroying the ozone layer. And when people feel how intense the sun feels on their skin, it is not their imagination. Extreme UV radiation is killing plankton. Plankton populations globally are plummeting. At this point in time, plankton is the single largest oxygen producer on the planet. No plankton, no people. Climate engineering from every conceivable direction is pounding the nails into our collective coffins.
In order to try to understand what was going on with the bombardment of nanoparticles, I decided to test lichens. Now, environmentally, lichens only get their nutrients and energy from the air and from rain. I tested and found that the most common element found was aluminum. There are a number of things that happen with aluminum saturation. Rather than acidic, it creates a basic formula in the soil which favors some plants and destroys others. In root systems, it can have a significant impact on their absorption and nutrient uptake.
The pH of the rain is 10 times more alkaline than it used to. The pH of the soil is 10 times more alkaline than it used to. For acid soils, they've gone neutral. It hasn't gone much past neutral, but it's still 10 times more alkaline than it should be.
The soil has been the most destructed entity on the planet. We know that the soil contains tens of thousands of different species of microbes, bacteria, fungi, helminths, viruses, that are absolutely essential for the soil to produce food that actually nurtures us.
A lot of work has been done on tobacco and wheat and rye grasses, that germination of seeds in the presence of nanomaterials, of aluminum oxide, for instance, significantly stunts root growth and leads to a plant that has been compromised. Most of the oxygen that's being produced by our planet is produced by things like trees and algae and cyanobacteria. All of these life forms are negatively impacted by exposure to nanoparticles of aluminum oxide and other nanomaterials.
You see smaller plants in front with the very discolored leaves. That's fungal infection. As the bioavailable metals are killing soil microbes, changing soil pHs, changing forest soil compositions, it has a horrific domino effect. Whole specimens, mature specimens of manzanita flash out stone dead black from fungal infection.
In the geoengineering mix, these are nanoplastic particles that are spiked with aluminum, with titanium, with strontium. Basically, the oceans are covered with a sheet of plastic. The oceans can no longer evaporate the water that the atmosphere needs to keep the earth blue and green like it used to be. The algae in the ocean depend on a lot of sunlight in order to produce oxygen, and they can't do.
Okay, yeah, that looks horrible, you guys. And that makes me think like God should have made Earth with like a little plug drain at the bottom. That way, when it gets really dirty, we could just go down there and pull the plug for a little bit and let all the shit that floats on top, that which doesn't sink, will just get pulled down, and then you can make it rain a lot more after that. Another 40-day or whichever way you look at the flood. 40 years. I don't know. Some people look at 40 years, but what if it was 40 days, we could just make it rain again like that, and yeah, put clean water here. That would be ideal. Yes, God's nature invariably working overtime, restoring homeostasis. Man, yeah. I hope so. I hope it's, um, yeah, maybe, he has that backup plan that's gonna get rid of whatever extra chemical processes that we perform, here that will just like sprinkle some magic what is that philosopher's stone, the white gold powder, and maybe that'll just cleanse everything. And yeah, yeah, maybe we need some philosopher's stone type stuff. That would be ideal. But yeah, I'm dreaming here in the positive. So, you know, let a man dream, why not? But that does look horrible, bro. And um I don't see the purpose in, if we know this, I think what it comes down to is we need to get rid of industry and just allow nature to take its course. And we just have to stop those that are a little crooked and only for alpha money. It's just misanthropes. Okay, misanthropes. Okay, would have us believe that creation relies on mismanagement, right? Damn, it's like backward flipped upside down, and that's what the enemy does, right? They invert things, and unfortunately, uh, well, not unfortunately, I shouldn't say it like that. Let me speak. You know, if we say unfortunately they have armies, right, that can force, if we try to change, I think it's just so backwards that people are so misinformed and only think that gaining is destroying, right? And I think that mindset, we need to thump it. If you take, when you were in school and people would be sitting behind you and thump you in the back of the ear and it hurt like hell. Well, maybe it's gonna hurt. Some things just need to hurt for a minute. Swelling will go down afterwards, right? Like that's my thinking. Like, fuck, I wish I could run some of these people down in public and like thump them real hard in the back of the ear, and be like, ha, yeah, better stop what you're doing. I'm gonna thump you again, buddy. But yeah, you're right. Let's get back to it.
Do their job anymore because they're not getting the light they need. In the last 2 or 3 years, ever increasing articles about nanoplastics appearing in chicken, in fruit, in vegetables, and also in our human body. Every animal that we eat now is full of these nanoplastic particles. And these are certainly not animals that have swum in the ocean. These are land-based animals. They've never eaten a plastic bag, yet they're accumulating these nanoparticles. And the only possible source of that is the air that they breathe.
At this late hour on our planet, when we most need alternative forms of energy, climate engineering is dramatically diminishing all three primary forms of alternative energy. Climate engineering is disrupting the hydrological cycle, i.e. the rain cycle, causing protracted droughts all over the world, which is which is dramatically reducing hydropower production. Climate engineering, by its very description, solar radiation management to block the sun, greatly diminishes solar power output all over the world. Climate engineering also reduces wind power because it reduces convection. Atmospheric layers of reflective particles reduce convection, which in turn reduces wind, which reduces evaporation, again decreasing potential power output for all other forms of energy. Many are absolutely overwhelmed when they are introduced to the climate engineering issue. They try to convince themselves that our government would never do this to us. But such a conclusion doesn't hold up to available data. All official air testing agencies generally test for 10 microns, 2.5 microns at best. Atmospheric testing has proven that climate engineering aerosols are unimaginably smaller, in the 20 to 100 nanometer range. The smaller the particle, the more deadly it is to inhale. Available science studies prove that human hearts and human brains now have not just millions, but billions of nanoparticles lodged in them. Most know that bee colonies are collapsing. What most don't know is that insect populations in general are also collapsing all over the world. Bees are dying of symptoms resembling Alzheimer's and dementia in human beings because they're packed full of aluminum. Why aren't the beekeepers acknowledging this? Why isn't this fact a headline all over the globe?
To suit our convenience, we clear other large areas of natural life in order to build towns and cities. Our homes, stores, and factories, clustered closely together, are easy marks continually tempting invasion by the insect enemies. Our only answer is to wage constant battle with the bugs. This must be intelligent. Organize insect enemies with every weapon our imagination and science can devise. Chemical warfare is quick death to our enemies, whether used on a small...
He didn't. Insect enemies, our insect enemies. Damn, we're not just fighting each other, y'all. We're fighting the insects. Oh man, this is the first time I've seen that, so y'all are getting a genuine reaction. That's T-rarded, I must say. Thing to say. That's T-rarded. Man, what are these people thinking, bro? Like, did we have like alien neighbors come over and be like, man, these humans, man, we need to help them fight the insects. Like what? Come on, man. I mean, I understand that, yes, our minds are probably getting a little more feeble and messed up, being dumbed down by the education system, for one. Two, like he said, these falling things are being breathed in, right? Not only do they want to, have us weighed down with heavier elements, I guess you could say, through foods, drinks, these pesticides, these now chemtrails. I understand that we don't think as quick, and we're not so so brave. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it feels. I don't know if that was always just in the movies. Like, hey, be brave, man, go fight for your country. Like, I don't know if that kind of propaganda was always there. And we go to say that, like, we want to say that, just be brave, be bold, and go out there and fight for what you believe in. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not that old. Like, I'm pretty young, I guess, on the scale of things. Now, I don't want to get off in the weeds, but what is it going to take, guys? Help me, help you. Like that movie, like, help me, help. You know, like let's put our heads together. Like, we have to do that. We can't just be online warriors. I mean, I love that. I'm all for that, because I can't really walk and do what I want to all the time when I want to. But I would encourage you guys to be that change, man. You have to, and you have to be forward with people. Don't be shy. Just go for it. And do it from your heart, right? Like, big spots, God's grace, and want us to hate. Yes, and I've always been that person to it. Like I want to know who, like I want to know who to point out, and even though we know who these people are. You tell them from their fruits, right? And I wish I could be that like gas guzzling person that travels all the time to go like be that person that's like yelling at them like, "Hey man, screw your plan, fuck NWO," and like I wish I could do that as well. Unfortunately, I'm not able to. So I have to resolve to this and to help people gather together in our communities, right? So we can be the leaders that and give the message that we want others to also see, like in depth, like see it in their inner being, like what the fuck is going on, right? So it takes leaders, bro. It takes time, right? And a lot of people think that we have to have a certain lifestyle in order, like we have to manage time for that, then be the weekend warriors, right? And it sucks that it's in that order. I would rather reverse those roles, right? And welcome, Justin. Thank you for being here, brother. You are one of the ones. And yeah, man, I appreciate everything y'all talk about in y'all's channels now. Like we're vibrating on the same channels, right? And we have the same type of desires for the world we want to live in. And like we just got to start, just or not start, but just keep that pressure on, keep that message out there, right? And keep showing these type of things that are helping people learn. So thank you for being here, brother. I'm gonna continue playing. We got about 20 more minutes left on this, right?
Scale or on a large scale, vast areas can be treated in a short time. An outstanding advantage in our warfare against the insects.
What's it like for an insect to be poisoned by a crop dusting aircraft? Don't we all know? Is there any difference whatsoever between crop dusting insects and the global climate engineering spray operations that have long since contaminated our entire planet and every breath we take? How can we avoid this? Answer, we can't.
You can make very high quality, and do this in just a jet in a very simple way, make high quality alumina particles just by spraying aluminum vapor out, which oxidizes. The implementation decisions will be risk to risk decisions. The risk of doing it against the risk of not doing it.
It's very good to have research on new applications of technology that are beneficial, but it should be balanced at the same time it's developed with the study of the adverse effects, if there are any.
Hey guys, this is where I was talking about in the beginning of this, where what I was saying comes into play, right? The technologies that they are looking forward to, that they are testing, how much aluminum can one take in, or plastics and all that. Like how many jabs can a kid get and still come out and play in the chemtrails, like they're pushing the boundaries of, for the reasons of, one, making money, two, poisoning us, three, the medical, the industries that thrive on us being sick and down, or that thrive on our kids after school instead of doing their homework or just learning, or not, you know what I mean? Like even if they're being homeschooled, like the time that we put these kids on gaming systems. Now it's more than gaming. Now it's visually, they're putting the headsets on. This is where I'm talking about that. See, the military have been using this stuff for years, and they know what it's capable of. Now they're filling the skies and then levitating all these different particles and chemicals that that they can now quantum tunnel into through these headsets. In simulation, right? Like people need to learn. Please research plasma simulation theory and what the frequencies that they use to ionize and heavily show, like they have these backgrounds you can tunnel into, and they have the technology now with just our eye spectrum to show us things up in the sky, right? And it works better with all these chemicals up there. But now you can walk with a headset on and live in so many different worlds, bro. And it's only because or let's say it's more possible with these chemtrails. All right, I'm gonna keep going, but yeah, technology. Look into that and what the connections are with technologies in gaming, military simulation, and chemtrails. All right. I'm dropping more research too coming soon. And that convergence.
Now, as it happens, the Air Force conducted a study starting in 1993. It was called In Vitro Toxicity of Aluminum Nanoparticles in Rat Alveolar Macrophages. That's a real fancy way of saying testing the effect of aluminum nanoparticles on the white blood cells in the little air sacs in your lung, the alveoli. And what they found in this 8-year study was that these particles, when you're exposed to long enough, it suppresses the ability of your white blood cells to defend you from airborne infections coming into your lungs. And so essentially by breathing this material in, your immune system is dramatically suppressed.
If we can't breathe, if we can't inhale without sucking up highly toxic, bioavailable, bioaccumulative particulates that lodge in our systems like a plaque, elements like aluminum, barium, strontium, elements that are highly toxic in and of themselves, but when combined, become exponentially more toxic.
70% of nanoparticles that are already within us are introduced to our systems through just respiration. So we breathe them into our nose, the ethmoidal sinuses then collect them, they can migrate to our frontal lobe through the olfactory nerve, and there they can generate reactive oxygen species and cause brain damages of different type.
Everything we know at present suggests that generation of reactive oxygen species is the cause of aging, cause of almost every disease that we know. Certainly dementia, but other diseases as well. A lot of the nanoparticles, not all of them, but a lot of them have metal ions. Metal ions are potent generators of reactive oxygen species. When you have nanoparticles in the body, they are small enough so they go everywhere. There's no barrier to them in any part of the body. They cross the blood-brain barrier, they cross cell membranes.
They're even more reactive or can be more damaging than virus particles. We have natural defenses against viruses. We have no natural defenses against nanomaterials. And again, they never leave our system. They don't die. They're not cleared. We don't produce antibodies against them. So we are exposing humanity to a class of materials that will continue to damage biological tissue for the lifetime of that organism.
The Japanese developed a blood washing method called apheresis that was used for reducing cholesterol and fats from the blood. And then a brilliant German toxicologist came along and modified this procedure where he could not only wash out the blood, but also the plasma from the connective tissue, which is a much deeper look into the system. The entire blood volume and plasma volume is put through a filter system several times and filters out anything that's toxic. And with this method, it's the first time you can actually measure body burden, or how much is in the entire body. And as it turns out, nanonized aluminum is by a factor of roughly 100 times, 94 to 120 times more prevalent than any other toxin, nanonized aluminum. And we know that we absorb aluminum very poorly by eating it. That cannot be the possible route how we get toxic. The only way that we can get these high levels of aluminum is through inhalation or through injection. This was a big wake-up call.
To let the evolvement of a program impact my grandchildren, even my children, not necessarily the immediate years for myself, is a very personal concern to know how it will flow down through the elements of the family.
I often find that those who question actions of the government often don't want to get involved until it directly affects them. If you look up into the sky, this is directly affecting you. If you have a family, your children, your wife, your husband, your extended family members, your animals. This is directly affecting all of us.
How can so many claim that governments and militaries around the world would not spray chemical and biological agents on populations when there are literally hundreds of historically documented cases of such operations occurring in recent decades? Many biological warfare experiments were officially used to test the range and dispersal patterns of aerosol, particulates, and biological agents. In the United States alone, by 1977, 239 open-air biological tests had been conducted over unknowing U.S. populations. Tests were conducted throughout the 20th century, many of which took place concurrently with the covert ramp-up of climate engineering operations. We are expected to believe that this experimentation was benign and not connected to the climate engineering operations, just as is the case with the ever-increasing exposure to microwave transmissions all over the world. Many of what we are told are only cellular communication towers have power supply inputs that are 10 times larger than what is needed for communications purposes. The compounding synergistic toxicity of these operations is accumulating inside all of us.
What makes us sensitive to Wi-Fi and to the electromagnetic radiation in general is the metals in our body. And we never used to have aluminum in our mitochondria. The aluminum in our mitochondria makes the inside of the mitochondria resonant with Wi-Fi, and they start heating up, and it starts destroying the mitochondrial DNA at a very, very rapid rate. And so it's really the synergy of the metals dispersed in our body and the Wi-Fi making our body a resonant antenna with the Wi-Fi environment. And of course, you know, we're going now from 3 or 4G to 5G with the ever increasing amplitude of energy that's delivered into our systems.
This is one of those life or death choices. But we're not just talking about my life or your life. We're talking about something that is killing the fundamental living system on the planet.
We are bathed now in a soup that is comprised of nanolized aluminum. Glyphosate forms 6 different salts with aluminum and works as a carrier to carry the aluminum deep into our brains. And the only other missing thing there was to open the cell walls, open the blood-brain barrier, is the ever-increasing exposure to radio waves. Half of the
Yes, and also, guys, it's prolonged through certain processes, right? When they don't spray just one trail behind them, one chemtrail. It's several different nozzles that are released, and you notice how they're kind of separated. But then, as soon as they're sprayed out, they foam out like one of them foaming insulators, around in construction work in a can. So it happens like that, and it coagulates, right? And it's not just metals; it's also bio types of materials, and you would think would be lighter, right? So they're able to hover longer in the air, and this is giving us more of a chance to breathe these kind of things in. Not saying that's the only thing it's made to do, but you put two and two together, and as they fall, we breathe them in. And also, a lot of these frequency type of stations and towers and NECTRAD type of technologies, these are sending frequency waves through as these some particles are called levitating particles. You look into that. So it's creating a gradient if you think about it, right? And at different levels, certain processes are happening from different wavelengths. So I'll leave it at that. I won't keep rambling, but you guys get the picture. It's not just something as simple as saying chemtrails, right? That downplays it so much. So keep that in mind, and here we go. I'll finish up.
The people listening to this talk will die with or of dementia. And the main cause of dementia is the nanonized aluminum particles. There's somebody behind the scene orchestrating that with the perfect understanding of the human condition and of toxicology, and brought the three things together that will, in a very, very rapid period of time, we're talking 6-7 years from here on, cause major destruction of the human nervous system that could be stopped at a switch. We could have a clean world tomorrow.
We need to come together for all of humanity to address this issue. And I think that the only way to do that at this point is a legal approach, and to present all evidence on both sides, the evidence that we are collecting as independent scientists and the evidence that already exists in those laboratories where these materials are produced and deployed.
Sorry, guys. Yes, I would say we could do that and take that approach, but I would also add that we've been taking that approach, and it's great that we have these kind of things to show people and refer them to. But just as long as I've known about Flat Earth, I've known about this, and it's been quite a fucking while. So I'm just now getting off the ground decent with my channel. And I would encourage you guys to share this out as much as possible. Talk about it with your coworkers. If there's any way I can help to add to the ways to get this message across, let me know. I would love to maybe do like a weekly group, and start shooting some messages to some of these top. I know the emails. I know where to go. I've sent plenty of messages, but maybe we can start approaching the people that make the rules about, who flies these planes, what schedules they have, are they autonomous? Like, I know a lot of them are. What are the ways that they get out of legal binding, and what language do they use, right? Black's Law Dictionary type of stuff to get around our Constitution. And who's going to keep fighting for our Constitution? Because if we don't, it's dead, bro. And all right, let's continue on.
Colleagues of mine, they don't really accept this yet. They're starting to, because I've shared some of the data that we've collected, but most of them will ignore it and do call it beat up conspiracy theories. Well, those learned people are
Yes,
ignorant
JJ, I hear you,
of the
JJ.
facts. And so my call to action is don't ignore things anymore. You know, we have to address this issue. It's on our doorstep. It's in our skies. It's in our children. We have to do something.
This is his document.
If the ongoing
actually.
global climate engineering, weather warfare operations are not brought to light and to a halt, allowing the planet to respond to the damage done, it will never be able to find a new equilibrium, an equilibrium that may yet allow it to sustain life into the future. Exposing and halting climate engineering operations is the great imperative. They are disrupting virtually the entire web of life.
I think we need to enlist the support of commercial airline pilots, as well as calling back and bringing these subject up with our House and Senate members in the U.S. Congress. I think it's going to take that kind of action to get this geoengineering exposed, find out what's behind it and why they are doing this.
In my life, I have friends, family, wonderful people who are trying to stay within the official reality on the theory that they'll be safer. And the reality is, if you look at where this thing is going, you know, better we deal with it now. It's like cancer. It's only going to get worse.
The data is what's going to change people's mind. So you need to be able to draw it out, get the reports available, and get publicity on what the conclusions are so that people believe it. It's not just someone raising a subject that has no validity. It's based on scientific data that demands changes.
We've gotten to the point where the mystery is so expensive, spiritually, psychologically, financially, legally, you know, that the time has come to say is, you know, who's really doing this and why are they behaving this way?
Bunch of Jewish motherfuckers, I'll say it right out. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna leave it there, guys. You know, as far as, you know, because it's getting pretty late here, and my dad's got to get off from helping me here pretty soon. But I don't want to just jump off. I do want to try to you know, put it in a way that what they just said, yes, has validity. What they are still thinking the solution is a big problem, especially those in higher positions that do have a voice and can get the data and can, you know, get the publicity, right? But here's the problem. What is publicly accessible and known, right, can be swallowed up by the system overnight like it never happened, right? That's the problem. There's no consistency with those that do have a voice and want to get the right people, right? Not the people in Congress that are bought and paid for that wave other flags, right? And I don't, you know what? I love America. I grew up here. All right, cool. But I don't have allegiance to America or the United States. What I have allegiance to is what is right and what is just, right? What should fucking be done, but not just done one time and think it's going to go away. It is a cancer. It will grow back, right? What it needs to be is eradicated and put outside the borders, right? And outside the legal borders and legal constraints of how we're tied down now to what we see around us, right? And I think it's just it's getting old, bro. The time, like, sure, we can talk about it all the time, right? Until we're blue in the face. But until action is a standard, right? Then I don't think much will change. Now, with that being said, what needs to be turned off as far as the machine, right? Pink Floyd said it in a great way, right? We don't need no education. Like, there needs to be a switch that's turned off that we don't send our kids to, for one, and our kids don't send their kids to, right? And who's telling us, hey, this is the right curriculum, and you got to pay for the curriculum if you're going to homeschool your kids, right? X, Y, and Z. No. When we stop complying, right, and when we stop agreeing that that money and work are the way to support ourselves and our communities, that's when it's like, okay, cool. We can plant seeds, we can grow things, we can weave, we can fish, we can do all that already, right? We did it for, I don't know, a long time. I don't know the official history because I'm not 8,000 years old, right? Or whatever. You guys get my point. Like, I'm preaching to the choir, of course. And, um, I don't want to keep living in a world where I see the future already and be like, okay, I know where they're going to take technology next. I know it's inside this technology. I know what they're doing to pull the wool over our eyes. I know what language they're using to legally, put a middle finger to us all. Yeah, so you too, DeWitt, man. Thank you, brother, for being here. It was a pleasure. And yeah, never fear. I don't fear. I don't think I fear. I think what I do is I do fear. I'm lying. I do fear DeWitt. I fear that those that I really would like to see what I'm saying to really see it, because I fear that no one will, you know? And I think that's a common thing, I'm sure. Uh, that's right. That's right. Amen. And our Father is right above us, watching down on us, brother. I get that. Um, and yes, the Satan's little season is free now, and his time is running out. That's right. And you know what? It's running out because we know that guarantee was given, right? So that's how we know, and we're strong in that, right? We're strong in that kind of that faith and that community. Like we are the strong ones that have to be strong for other people, and I think that we have to keep that up. And so I think that's a good spot to end, guys. I love all of y'all, man. I appreciate the concerns y'all have and the support y'all give, man. We're always there, right, for each other, and I hope that continues, man. I really do. But y'all be on the lookout for some more stuff, some more research I'm doing, and I'm getting this stuff together. And my book is almost done. Like, well, it's gonna take a little bit longer because I'm poor, but and I don't have a lot of stuff, but I do have time, and the time that I'm given, I'm using it wisely. I do believe in, and thank you, Justin, bro. Good show. Yes, thank you. Heart of the Earth. Man, I love all y'all. And hey, look, I hope y'all have a good night. And once I'm done, my dad's done, and I'm finished up, man, I'm probably going to tune into whoever's on, because that's just what I do. And I'm going to be doing my research in the meantime. So thank y'all, man. God bless. I'm going to say a short prayer, and I hope it reaches everyone's heart, and I hope it gives you something to confide in. So as your brother, man, Father, thank you for everything that you do. Father, just give my heart to support everyone else that may be in times of weakness or times of fear, and just let everyone know through the actions of a group, more things can be given away through the goodness of that group. And Father, just keep strengthening those groups, and let Satan know that his time and his demonic entities and his energies are going to be washed away, and that that you reassure me of that, so I can keep that strength and that path that that is narrow, and hopefully I can keep walking that, and um, help others to see that path as well. And Father, just grant us all that, and help us to know that fear does not exist, and that even if we feel that it does, it can be easily pushed away through your strength and your guidance. And I pray these things in your name, Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen. And thank you, guys.